I want to try something. I've not done it yet.
Okay.
One, 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 two. One, two. One, two. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Can you not settle?
Yes.
Okay, you get a question.
Mm. Can you hear me? Okay. Testing microphone for GitHub Octernship.
Is the laptop snack she's using?
Just,
That's the laptop snack she's using.
I can hear from
It's
you.
actually faint. This is going to be connected the mic to this thing, to the camera. Here's the mic. I think the more you talk, less. This sound, this one is not sound. Not at all.
You are hearing? It's okay. It's perfect.
You can hear everything.
Yeah. You can hear it, right? So this is better. So I think try the mic. You should have the put the mic at the front. It's perfect. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the GitHub Octernship event. My name is Farouk Jose. I am your host for today, and aside from this,
It's good to be here with you guys. I think we should introduce ourselves properly. You're a student of Enola, correct?
yes, I am a student of Unilag. I am into data science and analytics. I welcome you also this event. So we are so happy to have you here today.
My name is also Shola Kumi. I'm also a student of University of Lagos. I'm my first year in computer engineering. Any engineering students here, by the way? Yeah, plenty here. Okay, well, no engineering. That's why we got here fast. We know JP. Come here for classes. It's good to be here with you guys. Okay, he's into data analytics. I'm into cybersecurity. So anything security, just call me to. I'll help you hack. The ethical way. I'll help you hack the ethical way.
Okay, so to get everything started, first of all, let's be sure our YouTube folks are hearing us. So if you are watching us live right now, can you hear us? And please just tell us what you're feeling right now in the chat. Let's be sure that you're excited because we are all super excited. Are we not super excited?
Of course,
Wow,
look at your
nobody's
faces.
nobody's saying anything. No claps, nothing. I said, are we super excited? Everyone's just looking at me.
Yeah,
Hey,
we are
yes. Now here's the energy coming. Good, 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 good. Okay, so let's just wait for a few seconds to confirm I'm being heard on YouTube. So, is that good? Anything in the comment section that confirms everyone is hearing me? Okay, okay. All right. Okay. So, yes, I think we are being heard on YouTube. So, to get started, we have a few icebreakers for you so we can get to know you all better. So, we're going to be sharing something on our screen in about a few seconds. Just give me a minute. All right, great. So if you are currently seeing my screen, I would like you to go to slido.com, slido.com, and put in this code. Or you can scan this
QR
URL
code.
here. And so you tell us where you're joining us from. It could be your university, or if you're already a working professional, just put in where you're coming from. Put in your state too, so we know, like University of Lagos from Lagos. Let me also share that. Let me just give like a few minutes. Everyone here can do that quickly, and then we'll also share on YouTube so that our YouTube viewers can also do the same thing. Great. University of Lagos people are here. University of Trenches, amazing.
I agree with that, Sadly.
Amazing stuff. Okay.
Ajayi Lawal.
Ajayi Lawal University, is that a university? Any confirmation? Okay, I think that is. Nice. OAU, welcome. We're glad you could make it.
It's been a long journey.
Yes. I can't imagine when they woke up to start traveling here. Thank you very much for coming. We promise you that you won't find this event boring. This will be super fun. We have so many things in store for you guys. See our speakers now. See them in the front. Trust us.
Samson is here.
Abby. So why are you looking? You're looking. Okay. So let me quickly get off here so that I can share this on YouTube too. Just give me a second. Present my screen. Share screen. Share. Just a window. Microsoft Edge tab. Gonna present mode. Share. All right. Okay. So waiting for more. Is everyone seeing what I'm seeing at the bottom here? Is everybody seeing what I'm seeing at the bottom?
Of all languages,
Who is that
just to speak
person?
facts.
Who is that person? Is that what we're here for? Haba.
I mean, we're not even sure of the gender yet.
Ah. Very good. I see where our attention is. Okay, so we have a majority of University of Lagos folks. We have some people from Yaba Tech, from Ajayi Lawal, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University Bauchi. Amazing.
Welcome.
Wow, interesting. University of Ilorin. I'm sure that's FUT Mina.
I can see University of Sakwa here.
Wow.
I think I'm a graduate of that.
Abi? Then Jaja, okay, that's University of Lagos. Then CITY, Bio Baku, Unilag, aka Unistress. Facts. True. Noun, wow. Uptech, Uniport, I define job. Me too. Me too. Tai Solari, University of Education, welcome. Wow.
From
Very
Mina
amazing.
as well.
Yes, wow, all the way. Welcome. Then, okay. Harvard University, Pokpor, Harvard. Wow. I want to connect with that person from Harvard. Give me
Please,
connect.
you have my name. My name is Farouk. Just in case.
My name is Sholakumi Edele Janet. Janet is my middle name.
You can find me
so-
on LinkedIn.
Yes. Let's talk about Harvard. Cambridge University, amazing. We have scholars here. We have rich kids among us about our university. Wow. Excellent. Okay. Then Ruth. Someone
With the
is
cute eyes.
talking to Ruth here. Yes. Okay. So I think we have a really large number of folks joining us. We have more coming up. So yes, keep sharing where you're from. There's GitHub University, interesting. Great Ife. All right. So We'll stop this for now so we can move to our next icebreaker. So next we have, let me stop sharing. Our next icebreaker is this. Present. Okay. So what is your energy like right
The
now?
only answer here should be 100, by the way.
Yes. So the range of emojis at the bottom. Let me hide this so we can all see the emojis. So there's one that looks like frustration has gotten to the end of the person. We have 18% people that are frustrated. What's going on?
They entered Unilag, they just have to feel the atmosphere.
Actually, I agree. I understand. I understand. And we have those that are just there. We have those that are neutral, those that are quite excited, and those that are over the top excited. The whooping 29% of people are very excited. Let's get more responses. It's only if you're excited that's when you get swag. Just saying it now, because why would 23% people, why would they be frustrated? Okay. Well, moving up the ranks. Is everyone here responding to this? Okay. We want to know what your energy is like right now. Okay. Okay. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Are you liking what you're seeing?
Yes, almost
All right. Just a few more seconds.
You can take a picture of yourself. We will be awarding for nicest captions.
Yes. Make sure to use the hashtag GitHub Octernship Lagos so that we can track those that are having the highest likes and the best captions. So GitHub Octernship Lagos. It could be all in lowercase, doesn't matter. GitHub Octernship Lagos. No spaces, just GitHub Octernship Lagos. On Twitter, I guess. Twitter?
Twitter, Instagram.
Twitter, Instagram. If you like LinkedIn, sure. All right. So take a picture of whatever you're seeing. It could be the screen, it could be us, it could
Could
be
be a
yourself.
picture of me.
Yeah. Don't worry. You're very photogenic, so a picture of you would be nice. Then a picture of yourself with your neighbor. Best caption wins. We'll be looking out for the best caption. GitHub Octernship Lagos is the hashtag. Okay, so 59 people already responded to our poll, and 34% of them are very excited. I think this is a good start. We hope the rest of those that are here that aren't so excited as we are would have a change of mind by the end of this event. Now, the final poll. Let's see. I have to refresh the page. Okay, still this one. Okay.
We already knew that. Definitely the top one, yeah. But I hope knowledge is also part of that.
I think. Okay, what do you expect to get out of this event? A job.
Good
Same,
network.
same,
We
same.
have GitHub stars here for you to network with.
Yes, yes. Inside connections, new friends. Very correct. Very good. Item 7. Sure, we got you covered. Don't worry. Knowledge and inspiration. Money. If you see money at this event, come and meet me so that we can discuss. Connections, very good. Swags and more insights.
Foreign
Swags
connects.
and gigs.
Yeah, what about guys have you covered?
Texas. Sit beside the Texas. You want to get the Texas's number. Wahala go stop if no swag zone.
Iftar, don't worry. Item 7 covers that.
Make sure to participate too if you want to get swags. If you want to have a higher chance of getting swags, answer questions, ask questions, respond. When we ask if your energy is high, respond. Respond. Just be very, very interactive for today.
If you're looking for husband, yeah. I think you have to, start walking around because like we
We'll
can't
have a
provide
networking
that.
session actually, so you'd have a perfect opportunity to find a husband. You can find love anywhere, anywhere, anywhere. Party jollof
Somebody
rice.
wants a MacBook.
Someone wants Ruth's number. Wow, rice. I want mad flows. Okay. Open source connect. You'd get information about open source today. We can't wait for that. True love. Yes. Make I shall see my helper. Oh, me too. Me too. Network. Okay, I think this is the key thing that people are talking about, networking. Promise you have a networking session and you'd have a lot of fun. We're playing a game very soon too, so look out for that.
And for everyone looking for inspiration, connects, and internship, well, this is the GitHub Octernship events. You will be getting more information about the GitHub Octernship program. We would love for you to be part.
Yeah. I saw something just now. Okay.
Oh, you want my number? Is it mine or Shola Kumi's number?
Truth, love, care. They play. Okay. All right. ASU strike. What? 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 Is this person serious? Maybe this is the person at Harvard University, I think, because that's the only way you'd be saying something like this.
I think I've spent enough time in this school, please.
How to speak at Oscar Fest? Perhaps. I'm open to connect. All right. Okay, so I think we've gotten enough responses. Thank you, everyone, for participating. We hope that was a great way to get you all psyched and ready for the event.
Hope you find what you're looking for here.
Yes, hopefully. Okay, so yeah. All right. So I think we can get started with, first of all, we're having the welcome address by one of our campus experts here at Unilag, a GitHub campus expert. Her name is Olayinka Tobiloye.
My Oga. Just letting you people know.
Let me tell you about Olayinka. You people need to know who Olayinka is. This I'll be reading is not a small thing. Yinka is a software developer. She's passionate about building easy to use, responsive, and accessible, user-friendly websites to solve problems.
This is in our own words.
She's a technical writer, she's a GitHub campus expert, and she is a student of computer engineering here at University of Lagos. She's currently an MLH fellow with the MLH Fellowship Organization. She had a engineering summer analyst internship at Goldman Sachs about last year. I think we must have known around the time when everyone was applying to Goldman Sachs. Well, Yinka was one of them that went to London last year. She is, like I said, a GitHub campus expert, and she's one of our main organizers for this event. Please give a warm welcome to Olayinka Atobiloye, aka the boss. She is that woman.
Hi, everyone. Come on, say hi back to me. Hi, it's so nice to meet everyone here. So I'm just going to give you like a short introduction of why exactly we are having this event. So we know that as students, just starting your career in tech, internships are like an amazing way for you to launch and get started in your career. So lucky enough, GitHub is hosting a world, is launching a global program, which is called the GitHub Octernship. I'm sure you guys have been seeing our post about it, right? Right? Have you been seeing our post about it? Thank you. So in this event, you get to know more about the program, and even more generally, you get to know more about how to land internships, the hiring process, opportunities that are available to you as students, just getting started in your career in tech. You will get to interact, ask questions with our GitHub stars. We have 3 GitHub stars here. You guys, make some noise, please. Are you not excited? Samson Godi is here, Pete is here, Ruth is here, and we have a GitHub employee. So if please you want to get job at GitHub, we have Yuma here. Please come and see after the event. Get our number. Tell us to give you a referral. You almost get that back this year. So so basically I'm so excited. We have like amazing speakers. We also have some amazing student speakers. We have Tosin. So Tosin interned at Amazon last summer. She's going back again this summer. She backed the return of her. You guys make some noise. It's not easy. So this is Tosin. You're all going to meet her later. We have Zainab. So Zainab is a product designer. All the amazing designs you've also been seeing about the events, she made them. So if you want to know more about, designing, product design, she's going to speak to us about it. And we have Anthony. Anthony is our boss. He's also a campus expert. And he's also going to be sharing a lot of insights during this program. So I'm so excited. I can't wait for you all to meet them and speak to them. So so Charles not to take so much of our time. I'm going to round up here. So please sit back, enjoy the event, tweet about the event. We are going to give prizes to post with the highest interactions and with the nicest caption. So if you make the nicest post, you're going to get some. Don't worry, I won't tell you the prize, but you get something. And if you also have the highest interaction on your post, you get something. So please make sure you use the hashtag GitHub Octernship Lagos. You guys, please scream it back at me. GitHub Octernship Lagos. Louder, more energy, please. All right, thank you. I'm so excited. Thank you all for coming today.
Thank you, Yinka, for that enthusiastic welcome. So let's get straight into business. First of all, let's talk about why we are here. What is the GitHub Octernship program? So we have one of our campus experts from FUT Mina, if I'm not mistaken, Federal University of Technology Mina. He came all the way to talk to us about the Octernship program. So let me quickly get his presentation slides ready. Are you ready for us, Mr. Rashid? Rashid Mudashiru. All right, so his presentation. Okay, give me a second. So let me give him a warm welcome first of all. So Rashid Mudashir is a software engineer that is passionate about community building. He's a Microsoft Learn student ambassador, just like me. He's a GitHub campus expert. He's an AWS community builder. He's an innovator at Google Cloud. He's a GDSC FUT Mina mentor. He stacks is JavaScript, DevOps, and React.js. I know you have a podcast, right? Can you tell us about your podcast?
Good morning, everyone. I guess we are in the morning. I'm very happy to be here. Hello, everyone. Where's the energy? Okay, let's do an exercise. I will say GitHub, you give me a clap. GitHub Octernship, 2 claps. GitHub Octernship event, 3 claps. GitHub. Okay. GitHub Octernship. GitHub. Okay, GitHub Octernship. GitHub Octernship event. Yeah, basically, I'm here to introduce us to what GitHub Octernship program is all about, basically. But before I proceed, I would like to tell you about myself. As the moderator just said, I'm not up to that level, basically. I'm just a student like you, a computer science student of Federal University of Technology, Mina. Currently, I'm in my 4th year and hope to graduate very soon if ASU does not show us more ASUs. Okay, so I love community, and that's my passion, basically. If you ask me what you're passionate about, I will tell you I'm passionate about community and community building. I love traveling and hacking. If I'm not in the class, you will rather see me with my laptop, probably learning how to code or learning around software development and all. I'm a GitHub campus expert, and basically at the moment I'm exploring DevOps engineering. And if you want to check me up on Twitter, you can see me at IBN_MUDATHIR. And on GitHub, that's my username. I'm planning to change all my username to that one on the GitHub very soon. So if you miss this one, you can check me out on GitHub and hook me up anytime. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here, and I'll be telling us about GitHub Octernship event program, basically. So GitHub Octernship program is just basically to connect students to internship opportunity. So basically the point is you remove the word octernships and you replace it with internships. The difference between octernships and internships is that, okay, if you want to intern in any company, you apply to them, they accept you in, then you start the program. But in this case, it is GitHub that is taking you to that level. They are the one connecting you to the program. You are not the one applying to the company directly. You have to go through GitHub. That's why the name is coined a bit to octernships, and it's basically to ensure that students have access to opportunities around open source. We have open source people around. So basically, it's just to shape our future as a student. We love learning. We learn how to code. You learn how to write. You learn how to design. So how do you put all this into actions? So basically, the way that's one of the reasons why GitHub come up with this particular program that, let's just help these students to access industry opportunity, to let them leverage the skills they have and be able to know what is going on around the globe. So basically, the first steps that you need to follow is that you need to explore open source projects. Exploring open source project means for you to be able to participate in this program, you must be a contributor to an open source, be it code contributions, be it documentation contributions, or if you're a designer, you can contribute designs too. We'll talk more about that. And after you explore, you need to contribute. One of the best way I do advise people to start contributing to open source is usually during the October. So during October, we do have Oktoberfest. Students participate and get swags. So people are excited to get swags. Like we can see from the screen the other time, people are saying swags, swags, swags. So we love swags. So for you to be able to contribute and get instant swags, you participate in Oktoberfest. But then at this moment, the reward we are getting from contributing to open source is more than participating in Oktoberfest, basically. So we are assessing industry-ready internship if you are able to contribute to open source. And for you to be able to participate in octernships, you have to be an open source contributor. And apart from that, it's made your resume ready. Like if imagine you put on your resume that you've contributed to React.js, nobody will just trash you away that you don't know what you are doing, basically. So, and it is as simple as looking it up, checking what is wrong with it, or feel like let's improve this, and they will accept it from you. And at the end of the day, you get onboarded for the program. So I mentioned this the other time. The mission behind this is just to empower students to discover and unlock industry opportunity. And so now that we know what the program is all about, the question will be, am I eligible? What are the eligibility criteria? So that's what I will be talking about up next. So the program requirements is that you must be more than 18. If you get accepted into a university below 18, you may not be able to participate in this program. So the second thing is that on the age, it's just that the minimum age is 18. We don't have limits. Like you can be 40. So far you're a student, you can participate in octernships. And again, you must join the Global Campus. Global Campus is where you can access every opportunity for students from GitHub. I said student, I'm supposed to say education, anything around the education. If you're a teacher, you can check it out and get to see the opportunity for students and teachers as we have it on GitHub. So you join the Global Campus and you need to be an active contributor. You can be a code contributor, you can be a designer, you can be a tester, whatever you are doing in software development ecosystem, you are welcome. And you must be a resident in 10 countries, one of the 10 countries rather. You must be a resident in one of the 10 countries. We will talk about those countries as we move on. And you get to verify yourself on GitHub education platform. Looking at this map, you will see one thing that is very interesting. Looking at the Africa, I know some of us are geography students, and if you are not geography students, the one that look like 7 is the map for Africa. Basically, you can only see Nigeria there. At this moment, I would like us to appreciate people that are promoting open source in Africa and in Nigeria generally. Okay, thank you. So from people around open source, community, Africa, the Oscar people, Samson Godis, Roots, people that are promoting UMAP, all these people are the ones that have made it possible for us, because the criteria for choosing a country is that the number of contributions, open source contributors they get from that country that make it. Now we are the only one in Africa. We can see those people are doing a lot. So I'm inviting every one of us to start participating, join a community, start contributing to open source, and we can put our country on a global level more than this. These are just 10 countries, and Nigeria is one of them across the globe. So the application process is as simple as I've mentioned earlier. You have to join the GitHub Global Campus by just having a student email or any verified identity as a student. You get to join the Global Campus platform. Then you need to start contributing to open source. If you have not started contributing to open source and you just go to apply for internships, it will tell you that you are not an open source contributor. It will tell you directly, so point blank. But then if you are not yet an open source contributor, I have something for you as we move on. So you need to apply to up to 4 projects. So you can apply to different companies, more than one company basically, and you can still stick with one company and apply to so many projects from that company. And after you submit your assignment, they get to review your assignment and invite you for interview. And after the interview process, if you pass all the assignments, the interview and all, you get to get an offer letter that you wish to accept or reject. Summarily, GitHub Octernship is available in 10 countries, and Nigeria is one of them. Don't mind me putting Nigeria at the last head. I don't mean to do that. I copied it from someone. Okay, so you have access to minimum of 500 USD for participating. That's monthly stipend that you have access to, and the duration of the event is between 1 to 6 months. Some companies will accept you in for 4 months. Some will accept you in for 3 months. But the maximum months that you can spend in a particular project or particular company for the program is just 6 months. And just um, 4 to 5 hours of your day. That's what you need to contribute, like 4 to 5 hours or even less, to make you part of the program and be good. And again, the opportunity is not limited to people that write code alone. I've been mentioning that. The reason why I'm repeating it is just that some people will be like, I'm not a programmer, so that thing is not for me. No, this thing that we're talking about is for everyone, ranging from the person that is designing, testers, documentation writers, those are content writing, people that write content basically, and software developers. Okay, so while you have interest and you are doing something, yeah, this is the bonus I said I have. The program started accepting people in from February 27th, 2023. But then the question is, when is the deadline to apply? There is no deadline to apply. It will open to the end of the year. So if you have not been contributing to open source, you can start today, start contributing for like 3 weeks, a month, and after a month, go back to apply. Yeah, if you know what you are doing, basically, they will accept you in. So the point is, the program started February 27 and it's open to the end of the year. So if you are ready to apply, just go to, they will share the link, but then it is education.github.com/student/octernships. So basically it will lead you to a page to apply, and you will get to explore the projects that are available there. And basically, if you submit the assignment and they find it interesting, they will invite you for interview. And if you pass the interview, you will be sent an offer letter to accept. And that's basically what GitHub Octernship's program all about. Thank you for listening. I think I can take questions now. Is there any question? Wow.
Ask questions.
Okay. Do we have mic for her? Hello?
Will this slide be available to us later after the event?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Sorry for short answer.
So I actually tried applying for to companies. Yeah, but when I went through it, I couldn't find React. I think I only saw like 2.
Sorry?
I'm actually a front-end developer. So I tried applying to companies and I only saw about 2 or 3 Reacts. So like, I mean, I just still going to add more because most people have, and again, most companies is limited to 500 students. I don't know. So I just going to be more, what's happening? What's happening? Really?
Yeah. Basically, as we can see, it's a new program, and basically they are recruiting to bring their projects so that people will see a lot of programs to apply for. But at the moment, those ones that we can see, they are the one available at the moment. They will keep adding to them. As of 27th, I think we only had 3 to 4 companies there. But now at the moment, we have more than that. Like open source just joined not long ago. Okay, so basically they will keep adding. But you said you are a React developer, right? Yeah, I can. The last time I explored the page, I find like 2 to 3 or 4, or even 4 React projects.
Filled up already.
Sorry?
They all filled up when I checked. When I heard of it, they all filled up.
Okay, you can just go ahead and
Okay. One more question. So when I was going through other projects and everything, I realized that some of these companies, I'm not sure. Okay, but some of these companies, they were like, from the tax I was seeing, I would like to say the tax sometimes are like so outrageous.
I mean, I'm not a rich person. Just make it simple.
You get what I'm saying? So like, I even had friends complaining that these guys are not trying to like use us just to apply and do it. But I was trying to check the tax to make sure that okay, they're not going to be too outrageous.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. I was discussing with somebody just here. The person was saying the task was tedious, like a bit tedious, and I was like, this same project, this they are talking about. Somebody said it's so simple. They are just asked us to build an extension using Vite. I was like, okay, because the person that did it has been doing it before, find it very easy. So he said, I will just focus on this. And there are some tasks that we have to do. Most of them, the company don't even need. For instance, Upright are trying to recruit people to developer advocates and developer relations, and they ask you to build a to-do app. Do you think they want to be using your to-do app to do anything, or they want to use it to improve their back-end services that they are providing? The point is, they are not trying to use us. They are just trying to get the best. Like, if you don't know what they ask you to do, you can research an open-ended stuff. Research, check documentations, you can watch tutorial video to do it. And you can check out projects that are available to do it for you, and you can do it. So basically, they are not trying to use anybody. And don't let us think that way. So personally, I can't count the number of jobs I've applied to. They will ask us to build something bigger. And at the end of the day, they will send you that, thank you for applying. We are not interested in you again. So that's life. We'll skip that level one day and we'll start recruiting people. Yeah. Any other question?
Yeah, thank you. So you said they will be like, the program will be available till the end of the year. But it happens that most of the companies, most of the organizations that are there now, like, are closing. Like the open source you mentioned, like they closed on the 31st of March. And when I checked it this morning, almost, like, I think I only saw like four
Yes. Okay, thank you so much for your question. So that's why I said they are still recruiting organization. If you have a company or you have anything that you wish that, okay, let me recruit people into this program, you can apply as a partner. And if you apply as a partner, they will accept you in. So the point is, they have not stopped accepting partners. They are still accepting partners. And what it told us that, okay, we should be helping them to say is that they are accepting partners. And as partners comes in, they will keep accepting participants, and they are not closing it anytime or any moment from now to the end of the year. Do I answer your question correctly? All right, thank you. All right.
Yeah, I want to ask you if you've worked on any open source before.
Yes, I'm also a maintainer, so go ahead.
Okay, so I want to ask you that how has it been? Like, is it something that we can do?
Definitely, it's for everybody. Even if you only know CMS, if you're a developer, you only know CMS and JavaScript, yeah, you can contribute to open source. And if you are not a developer, you only know how to write. It's for everybody, like everybody. And if you want to get into tech, you can still use that part to get into tech. Yeah, like Linux Foundation do have LFX program. So it's a mentorship program. They expect you to just have passion. And if you come with your passion, they will train you up, give you resources to learn, and you get to do whatever you want to do. So it's for everybody. It's not as hard as people are saying it. So that's a simple answer I can give.
Okay, and I still want to ask you that.
Sorry.
It's just what I want to ask.
Can you see it? Okay. So joining Global Campus, make contributions on GitHub, apply to 4 different projects. And if you wish, you can just apply to one. But you have the opportunity of applying to more than one, up to 4. And if you submit the assignment, they will review the assignment. They will get back to you through the peer request that you made submitting your assignment. Then they get to invite you for interview. After the interview, the offer letter.
Okay, so I just checked out the Global Campus, the Global Education Campus sites, and it shows some octernship opportunities there. But like, do you have to have contributed to open source before applying to those, or it's part of the application process? Like,
okay. So if you are able to see those projects, that means you are qualified to apply to those projects. So if you are not qualified to apply, you will not get to that stage of seeing the projects. Okay, so what you need to do is just to click on the Learn More button on those cards, different cards that are there. Click on it, you get more information about that particular project, and there is a workflow for you to submit the assignment given to you.
So after submitting the assignments,
You
then
make a
you-
PR, they will get back to you to
Yeah, then
fill
they
that
get back to
PR.
you.
Yeah, and that's how it's.
Okay, so I want to ask, if you have applied to a program, can you like leave that program to apply for another one? If you have applied to, like, if you have like completed everything, because 4 is the maximum. So if you have applied to 4, can you like leave one and apply to another?
Basically, I've not tried that, and I don't know the way around that. Only information I have around that one is, okay, if you apply to 2 different companies or 2 different projects and you are able to pass everything, they can accept you to both projects at the same time. Okay, so like you apply for one upright, you apply for another one from Tensor, what's it called? Another, like open source, for instance. Open source can accept you in, and upright will accept you in. They said they allow you to participate in the 2 at the same time. But then you have applied for 4, cancel an application and go ahead. I don't know any information about that. Probably we can get somebody to answer that as we move on. Okay. Olayinka want to.
Yeah, so basically you can apply for 4 at a time. Once the application deadline for one of those 4 closes, you can then apply for one order. So let's say you apply for 4, which is the maximum. Then if one of them closes, by the time it closes, that means you can apply for another one to make it 4 again. Does that make sense? So when you apply, if you get in the maximum number of octaneships you can get at a time is 2. By the time you get to, the other 2 that you applied for will be cancelled automatically. So you'll not even be able to proceed with them again. So I don't know if that answers your question. All right.
Is that all? Okay.
Hello, my question is on this number 2. I wanted to ask, like, how many contribution are we going to make before being eligible to apply?
Yeah, okay. The number of contributions, the question will be, how do you count the number of contributions you've made? Is it the number of projects you've contributed to, or the number of lines of code you are able to contribute? The point is, just contribute. Okay, there is no limit, or okay, the numbers of contributions you have to make. Okay, just contribute. That's the simple answer. That's okay. Thank you. So, all right. Thank you.
Sorry, I wanted to ask you that who gives you the job in open source?
Sorry?
Is it you that will just do anything you feel you should do, or someone is there to like tell you that do this and do that? I don't really understand the open source working.
Okay. So there are 2 ways it works. Okay, one way is that you are using
for coming here and
Come on, you can do better.
please. Now, let me quickly read out her bio. Now, Ruth is an open source program manager. She's a community manager. She's one of our GitHub stars. The 4 GitHub stars we have in Nigeria, she's one of them, and she's a technical writer. She is sparked about onboarding beginners into the tech system, especially the open source space. And aside from being actively involved in tech, she is a social volunteer and a voluntary blood donor. Ruth loves making new friends over a slice of cake. Now you've got to tell me what your favorite flavor is of cake. Is it chocolate? What?
Which is it?
What?
Wow, that's a very good.
Oh, yeah. It was good to see you. Thank you for being here. So let me get up your presentation.
Okay. Hi everyone. Good morning. So Rashid did a very good job with talking about GitHub Octernship program. So I'm here to talk about open source and the impact of open source in your tech career. So how many people have contributed to open source before? Raise your hands well now. Okay, I think 50%. Great. Okay, so for the other 50%, and even the people that have raised up their hands, I'm going to take you through, the impact of open source to your career, how you can leverage open source. At least for the 50% that did not raise their hands up, I'm sure you won't be able to participate in GitHub Octernship, but thankfully, it's open throughout the year, so you can start making contributions. So we get started, Salah did a long intro, but this is about me. I'm an open source program manager. I'm also a GitHub star and a technical writer. Some days I write code when I need to. So that's more about me. So let's start with talking about what open source is on the basic level. So when you hear open source software, open source project, open source community, it refers to a project or a software that has, so highlights these keywords: publicly, freely. I should have removed that freely there. Oh, sorry. Publicly available code, that's one keyword. You have the permission to edit or make changes to the code base. You have the permission to redistribute the project. You have the permission to contribute or participate in the project. So those are the main things that highlights an open source software. So it's always publicly available. It's open to the public. Anybody can go there and see the code base. It's always, you have permissions to contribute back to the code. You have permissions to make enhancements. You have permissions to redistribute the code as you see it fit. So how many people write React here? I know, they're always everywhere. Okay. Okay, yeah. So let's use React, since a lot of people are front-end people and they use React. So for example, now React is an open source project, right? It's open sourced by Facebook. And then with React, you can see that regardless of the fact that it's open source, people use it to build websites that you will not even see the code base or you can't access it, right? How many people have built websites with React that they are not publicly available? They're on private on GitHub. Great. So that's an example of an open source project. And then you might ask why I can take React and build and build a project with React, and it's going to be closed source and nobody can see it. So aside from open source projects being publicly available, there are also licenses that guide how you can use that project. So on the general level, there is, there are licenses that are permissive. They are called permissive licenses in the sense that I can use this project for a closed source project, or I can use this project anyhow I see. Who knows MIT license? The MIT license, one of the popular ones. And then there are restrictive licenses, right? And restrictive in the sense that I cannot, if I use this project for something, it has to be in the way I saw it. It has to be open source too, right? And a lot of times people think open source means free. That's why I said I should have removed that free. I did this slide when I was just getting started in open source, so I didn't know that then. So, but yeah, so a lot of times people think open source means it must be free. There are also business, enterprise companies that do open source and they make revenue out of it. So a lot of times it's not always free as in free beer, but the free there, when they say free and open source software, it's mainly like freedom to use it as you want, depending on the license, by the way. So those are the things that classify an open source project, or when you hear open source software, those are the major things you look at. So if I do say sometimes I would love to be a lecturer because I teach, I like teaching. So everybody understands what open source software is, right? Yes, it's not solid. So yeah, so how many people have seen things like this? Like how many people can relate to seeing things like open source is just about code? Designers cannot contribute. It's a waste of time. Why are you spending your time, contributing to open source when you can be looking for a job or doing something else? So how many people have seen all these kind of things? Or non-technical people cannot contribute. How many people have seen it before? Okay. So open source is not just about code, right? When Rashid gave his talk, he talked about, designers are also like non-technical people, documentation. So it's not just about code. Any level of skill set is welcome. Like you can contribute as a beginner in tech, right? I started open source contribution. I think I'll share that during the panel session. But I started contributing to open source when I just started coding. So you can contribute to open source even though you're not like a senior developer in code, right? And it's not a waste of time. It helps you build, like, I'm going to share the benefits of contributing to open source, and you're going to see that it's not a waste of time. And non-technical folks can also contribute. So what's the value of contributing to open source, or how does it help or impact your tech career? First, it improves your technical skills or your software skills or whatever skill you may have, because when you contribute to a community or when you contribute to a project, you work with different people. You're collaborating with people that are on different levels in their career, people that are on senior levels, intermediate. So you're working with those people through collaboration. You get to learn a lot of things. You get to learn their code style, because when you contribute to open source, it's not just because it's there, I will bring my code patch and everybody accepts it. No, there's a review process that goes on. Like people, there are people that are called reviewers, or even the maintainers that go through your PR, your pull request, and they give feedback. So during that process, you learn a lot, improves your technical skills. Another thing, you're able to, the wonderful ideas you have, you're able to actualize those ideas. Like, for example, I have contributed to projects where, I'm able to give back value to that project, and I see the things that I have contributed being out there in the world. People are using it. So one patch request or one pull request you submit can be, improving the life of somebody using that software. So you're able to turn your ideas into reality with contributing to open source, and it's some sort of fulfillment. Imagine I am contributing, or you're contributing to the React code base, you feel very good about yourself. Yeah. So that's another impact of open source in, your tech career. And that thing is building a public portfolio. This is very important, especially since we are speaking like we are like students, right? I wanted to show a copy of my resume in 2020. Let me see if this works. Okay, yeah. So this is, and 2020 was when I started tech, right? And I think towards the end of the year, I was trying to look for a job. And if you scroll down, you're going to see that every single work experience I had here was all open source contributions. And this is what got me a very good job. My first job as a technical writer, which was a very good pay with a US company. So this is the resume that got me that job. And if you scroll through, you'd see they were all voluntary. Like then I used to build projects. Yeah, so you'd see that everything right here was all open source experience. Like so, you're able to build like a public portfolio with contributing to open source, like being part of a community. Those things you're doing, you might think it's just okay. I just sent a pull request to this. It's just that those things can be highlighted in your resume and in Nigeria, where a lot of times they are looking for a lot of experience from people trying to get first-time jobs. These things can be really impactful. Imagine highlighting the experience, contributing to the project, and being part of the project. You would be able to build your own portfolio, have experience in your resume. So, contributing to open source kind of helps you build a public portfolio for yourself. A lot of the opportunities, a lot of the things that I gained when I started tech was a result of me sharing the work I was doing in public and building my portfolio alongside. How do I go back? Okay, I think I got it. So yeah, so you're able to build your public portfolio with open source contributions. Remote work experience. A lot of times when you contribute to open source, these projects are global. Like you can be conversing or collaborating with someone at the other end of the world, India, the US, Europe. Like open source projects, a lot of people contribute to them. So when you are part of that, you're able to gain that remote work experience. You're able to understand time zone differences, how people's culture. There are a lot of things I had to learn when I started contributing to open source, like, understanding that people were like time zone difference too, was something that I did not take into consideration. But you're able to gain that remote work experience. You're able to collaborate with people. That's, I think when we're doing the Slido, a lot of people said networking. So open source brought us here together. The GitHub Octernship program brought us here together to network. So with contributing to open source, that impact, that network you have, and a lot of times you might underestimate network, but it's something that is really very important, especially in tech, because you get a lot of opportunities, like meeting people, and they know what you do, and they are recommending you for different things. A lot of times, even being a GitHub star, it's an open recommendation, an open nomination. It was a nomination process, and that's how I got it. So by contributing to open source, you are expanding your network, you're meeting people, you're learning from their way of work. And then open source also offers you paid opportunities. Example, we're here for GitHub Octernship program to learn about it, right? So that's a paid opportunity. There are other internships like Google Summer of Code, Google Season of Docs. A lot of all these internships that are available to people, paid opportunities that are available. And I also talked about building projects and making revenue from them. So it's not just free contribution. There are also like paid opportunities in open source. So how do you get started? Where do you start from? So for the 50% of people that have not contributed to open source that are looking to start, where do you start from? So you need to find the projects you want to contribute to. How do you find this project? GitHub is there. GitHub is, I think GitLab is also but majorly you find a lot of projects on GitHub. So you can find open source projects on GitHub to contribute to, and not just picking anything. Like, take your time and read through this project. Do I want to be part of what? Do I see myself contributing to this project? It's not just doing it for doing sake, but try to create strategy for yourself. Research about the project, read about the project, and know, okay, I want to be part of this project. And then you join the community, collaborate with people. Sometimes it can be really hard when you join a project. It's not like today I join and today I can start contributing. Sometimes it's hard, depending on the kind of community, depending on how the projects, their newcomer friendliness. But it takes time, so you should also be patient while you're trying to research and while you're trying to be part of that community. And another thing I would love to highlight is making meaningful contributions. So don't just look at, okay, I want to change the entire course of this project in just 1 week. No, it's a continuous thing. Think about how much value you can give or how you can participate in that project, and reach out to the maintainers. Sometimes, maintainers can be overwhelmed. So sometimes even when they don't respond, try to join the call. That's why I usually recommend that when you're trying to contribute to open source, you join the community because it helps you contribute better. So think about making not just the GitHub squares, not just making a lot of contributions, but think about quality impact, because that's what makes you stand out. That's what makes you shine out there. So useful resources. I have a community, Chaos Africa. That's also like an open source community, and you can be part of Oscar as well. I realized I didn't put that there, but yeah, and Oscar Fest is coming up, so I hope people are gearing up to attend Oscar Fest. So if you want to also speak, you can apply to speak. You can go to at Oscar Fest, yeah, Oscar Fest, and then you can apply to speak. There's also Ovio. Ovio is like a platform that kind of helps people find open source projects. So you can check out Ovio. I'm going to share my slides. I think I did share my slides with Solar, so you should share it with you. There's Open Source Friday. It's kind of like an event that goes on where you get to learn about different things open source related. There's Code Triage. There's Open Source Design for designers that are interested. It's like a community or designers in open source. This is going to talk more about design later. So there's also awesome. This is kind of like a GitHub list for non-programmers, people that are non-technical people. So I'm going to end my talk with saying that open source is your way up. That's my opinion. So I hope that you start contributing today and start looking out for projects that you can make quality contributions to. That's my Twitter handle, and you can also shoot me an email. And thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Fast.
Okay, so does anyone have any questions for Ruth? I hope we have. We should have. That was a lot of information to take in. Okay. So we're having some questions. So where's the second mic?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Ruth, for your talk. It was, as always, amazing. I tried getting into open source stuff early last year, but the thing I noticed about open source is that most times the projects that are, should I say, the projects that are available for people to start joining, when they start needing more hands on deck, those projects have gone some distance, they've gone a bit far. So usually there's not really a lot that someone can meaningfully contribute besides maybe helping correct errors in documentation, other basic stuff like that. But like often the project has already been underway for 6 months, 1 year or more. And so you find that as a beginner or someone who doesn't have much experience with open source, you can't really do stuff that you know how to do because most people have taken care of the basic tasks already. So I was wondering what advice you have for the getting into an open source project that has been underway for some time, and being able to meaningfully contribute to it, or if you could advise us on how to um, should I say find projects that are like still in the beginning phase and get started, like help those ones to grow because they're still in the initial stages and there's still stuff you can do. I don't know if my question makes
Yeah,
sense.
it's a very good question, and this is something that I kind of noticed when I started contributing to open source, and it's really not anybody's fault. Or I would say sometimes some projects do not have a way to put out the different things that they need help on out there. It's something that maintainers struggle with. Maintainers are just after, like, they want to focus their attention on the code. They don't really want to do a lot of how do people want to contribute. So the advice I have is, or something I even started doing, was when I joined like an open source, or when I joined the project that I currently contribute to, I look at those projects and look at the gaps, try to assess what are the gaps that this project have. Let me be more specific here. So I joined a project then, layer 5, and it's a service merge, it's a cloud native project, and I don't know jack about cloud native, or then I didn't know anything about cloud native. But I realized that a lot of newcomers were trooping into the project, but there was no way for people to understand what was going on. Like, people were just coming in. So I was like, okay, I suggested during one of the community meetings, how about we have a newcomer office hours, right? And we explain to the newcomers, like, these are the things that these are the projects that are available, this is what it is, blah blah blah, yada yada. And we did that, and that was so valuable until today. That's like 3 years ago. Till today, they still host those newcomer calls. So looking at what are the gaps that I see in this project. Sometimes maintainers just want people to own these things, and just, I want to do this for you or for the project. So look for those gaps um, that the project has, and volunteer your time to um, you know stand in space of like those gaps, or take over those things. Sometimes you might not have everything figured out. You can bring 2 or 3 people together, collaborate together to do something. So always look for the gaps in the project. And then when you finally find the gap, try to involve other people as well in your thing, so that it becomes like the project thing. I don't know if that helps.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is what I need. I have a question concerning the open source project. Like now, I got into tech leave last year around sometime, maybe August. Now, if I'm to contribute to an open source project like Twitter, I think the open source was released sometimes last month or so for Twitter. A big organization like Twitter, how am I going to do that? And also, I know you've listed some of the small, what do you call it, some of the communities that we could join. Do you have like, because I've never contributed to an open source project before, do you have one that I can join, or maybe somewhere I can look my research on, maybe Twitter, some handles I can get so that I can be able to join if I'm to contribute to any of them, something like that. I don't know if you get my question.
I do get your question. And sometimes contributing to projects that are very big can be challenging for newcomers. I think when I started contributing, I started with Genome Foundation, and that project, we didn't finish it at the end of the year, right? But contributing to projects that are already very big, and sometimes it's not your fault. There might not be resources enough for that project to keep going, but they don't even have time to attend to new contributors. They have like other priorities. And then I think you highlighted the one that was released. Is it the Twitter algorithm one? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That one is the whole. Have you gone to that project? You see the PRs there, they're very funny. Like, Twitter just released that. I'm not sure they want to maintain it. But so you should look out for projects, smaller communities, and then recommendation. I think I mentioned Chaos Africa. So I'm in that one, so I can help directly. So you can join at chaos_Africa. So that's one you can join, and you know we have different ways for people to contribute, both technically and non-technically as well. So you can be part of that one. But yeah. That answered it.
So actually,
He's reading a book. He wrote a lot of questions. Sorry.
actually have three questions. Yeah.
I said
So first of all, when you go on people's GitHub profile, like let me say like big people like you now, GitHub star,
maybe small.
you will see that there are badges there. So I don't know. I want you to like list the different type of badges and how you can actually earn them. I don't know if there are a lot. I don't know if you can do that.
Yeah, we have somebody that works on GitHub here. But okay, so badges. Okay, it's I think GitHub recently released that badge thing where you can, when you contribute your first time contribution, you get a badge. There are a lot of them. They are not in my head. It's your mother will know all of them.
Okay, I'll
But
keep it for you.
yeah, keep the question for you, much. Answer it perfect.
And also, secondly, when we put our GitHub profile on our resume and everything, when companies go on the GitHub page, do they actually look at the number of green boxes? Because me now, when
They
I
look at
code,
the number of what?
green boxes. Because me now, when I code, then I sometimes I even forget to push it. It might just be like maybe the next 3 days, and I remember that I've not committed this code, then I'll not push it. So like sometimes you might see so like two different boxes before the next green one, and the intensity of the color might not be very very high. So the green
Yeah, I
color, do you
understand.
get what I'm saying?
It depends on the recruiter, honestly. If I'm recruiting for a job, I might not naturally look at the green boxes itself, but I would look at the projects that are in the profile. I don't know if you get me. Like, what are the projects there? Are they projects that are worthy of my company being attached to it? So it depends on the recruiter. Maybe some recruiters will look at, okay, this person's green box is empty, he's a liar. But it depends on the recruiter. So I would say try to push them. Try to remember to push them. I think GitHub Actions do help with that too. So try to remember to push them. But I think focus more on the kind of projects that you highlight at the top. And then I think there are some articles sometimes I see on how to make your GitHub profile very, fine. And there was somebody that did one for me, like a README page. It was really looking very good, and then you can highlight. So focus more on the quality of the project that are in your profile, and then just remember to push them if you want a very good square.
Okay, so the last one, sorry,
No
it's
worries.
basically about can you like give us like a description of your journey on for like now you're a GitHub star, so like what really made you a GitHub star? You know what I'm saying?
That question
And
is
I'll,
in panel session. Should I say
okay,
it
panel
now?
session.
Yes,
Leave it.
panel session. So wait, you'll be here for panel session, right?
So, hi, Ruth. So I have a question. So these resources that you shared, are they like good communities for people to join and find projects to contribute, or even aside from all of this, maybe going through GitHub, looking at issues, or even aside from good first issues, because people who are beginners into tech. Because I remember I heard when Mr. Rashid said people who are just learning HTML, CSS, JavaScript, we all know that it's like maybe really like it's not easy to find projects to contribute. Because I remember telling some of my students, just go online and find projects you can contribute because that would be like a good plus to your resume. So I don't know like if these resources are like good communities for people to find, specifically beginners for people to find to contribute basically, or good for something like good first issues or something.
Yeah, so like the first one is a community. So all the beginners just come. And then Ovio is like more of like a platform where people can find projects, and sometimes beginners, intermediate, experts, any level you are. So they have like a very pretty structure on how you can find projects. Open Source Friday, it's more like an event that happens, and then they list out some like issues. And stuff. Code Triad saying open source design is like a community of designers, awesome for non-programmers, just a list. So then these are like the recommendations I have. You can still find on GitHub, like I think using topics, but that's a long search. Like trying to use topics, explore page. Sometimes it can be hard. So that's why I just put in some recommendations that I feel okay, it's helpful. So if you want to.
Okay. Sorry. Hello. Um, I've been listening to open source and I've really gained a lot. But I don't have a specific question. I just wanted to ask, can you share your resume because it really looks good? Like
Like the old one or the new one.
Like, okay, that was the old one.
Yeah.
Wow. Because it really look good. So I would like if you could share.
Okay, if you like, that's my Twitter ads. I can share like a view only one to just see what's.
Thank
But
you.
that one was the old one, 2020.
Oh, okay. Perfect. You can just share.
You got message with
Hello. So imagine if you are like a secondary school student now, and you have like more knowledge on coding industry, but according to what Mr. Rashid said, you have to be 18 years or older. Can you still join the open source project? And by that time, you can now join GitHub Octernship.
Yes, you can. Something started contributing when it was less than 18.
So I also want to also get your LinkedIn profile so that
Okay,
I
I think it's
can
rude.
connect.
See, I'm honestly, it's on Twitter. I'll respond to you faster, but LinkedIn is like a pal. But you can check LinkedIn, Ruth Kega. So yeah, but anybody can contribute to open source. Like there are, I think there's this Google's program that is for kids or something. Do they still do it? They've stopped doing it, but then anybody can contribute to open source. You can build projects. You can build projects that something will talk about the the whole thing it did when it was less than 18. So you can, even though it's not GitHub Octernship, you can build projects. You can make impact from just your small corner in your room or wherever you are. You can build projects, put it out there, and people will use these things that you're doing. So it doesn't matter if you're up to 18 yet. Anybody can contribute to open source. I usually see people that go to like schools to teach people how to use the Linux operating system, to how to do. There are a lot of opportunities that are available, so it's not age. I think maybe GitHub Octernship is just based on age because they want some level of responsibility or something. But yeah.
Okay. So can contributing to projects on the GitHub Community Exchange, can it be considered as open source?
GitHub Community Exchange. I don't know that one. Yuma, come and help me. GitHub Community Exchange. Oh. Okay, Rashid said yes. He will talk about it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Since it's challenging for, let me say, starters now to start contributing to open source, so I want to ask that, is it advisable to probably make your research on different projects outside, then use that as a roadmap for your learning?
For your own project.
No, for learning.
For learning. So I don't think I get your question.
Okay, let me say someone who has learned HTML, CSS, JavaScript, it's seeming like it's very hard contributing to open source art.
It's not hard.
Okay, let me assume it's not hard. Like, you might not find project to contribute meaningful, like she said. Then I'm not saying that. Could you make researches on projects that are available, then use that as your roadmap to learn?
Yeah, sure. Like you can even go for that too. Okay, people are finding it difficult to find projects. I'll do research. I'll list out this project. I'll make it like people. There's this thing called Awesome List. It's really popular. Like that one, Awesome List for non-programmers. It's like a listicle of projects that you can be part of. So you can make it your own thing, your own open source project to have a list of ways people can contribute or project highlight. I want to do something like that, but time. But yeah, so you can do that as well. There's a question.
Yes, there is.
Okay, sorry.
Someone asked a question about the number of projects you can work on. That was, I think, the previous speaker. So it's more like a clarification. Is it like you can only work on four open source projects, or
That's with GitHub Octernship.
yes,
Rashid, that question is for you. Four. He said just four.
four is the maximum?
Yeah, four is the maximum.
Okay. The second question is there an open source? Is there a GitHub community in Unilag? Yeah.
That question is for Sola.
Yeah, so we do not really exactly have a GitHub community, but we have GitHub campus experts who organize programs like this. So there's me, there's Anthony. Anthony, please stand up briefly. And there is Salim. So if you know anyone, you can reach out to any of us to learn more about the programs you have.
They said I should support my existing community. And back then I was in the GDSA. So yeah, I just incorporated that into that. That was why I make a separate community. I felt it was just going to be excessive.
Yeah, I just want to ask too that why do uh, co- companies make their things open? Is there a specific reason why they?
That's a very interesting question. Like, why companies open source their projects?
Yeah.
Try to do justice. So I think it's more on the value open source. What value does open source give to a company, right? And then one is community, access to a community of people, right? That would be part of that project, collaboration, them giving back to the community or to the world in this sense, right? So, like for example, Twitter open sourcing their algorithm. I'm not in the mind of Elon Musk, but I like it's more of okay. People can you can use those projects like I said. When it's open source, it's publicly available, right? So somebody like you want to build something similar to Linux, or if you want to build something similar to that, you can use that to like a blueprint. You can learn from it. You can be part of it. So there are different reasons why a company would want to open source their project to give back to the community, to get more, to get talent. Sometimes people open source their projects to get more industry talent, like attract industry talent to be part of what they are building. So there are like different reasons. There's also like I think the business value aspect of it, where it somehow gives them revenue. So yeah, so that's why companies would open source their projects. Does that help? Okay, thank you, everybody.
So I think that was a super extensive session. Like the questions that were asked. Thank you guys so much for learning more about open source. Thank you, Ruth, too, for answering those questions really well. So if you want to learn more, you can contact Ruth. That's her Twitter. You can also connect with her on LinkedIn. But she says she's more active on Twitter. How many of us were really surprised to see how her resume was in 2020? Like she said, she just started, and that's how it was. I can't show my resume outside. Oh yeah, that's really amazing. And what I noticed about her is how she's really involved in community. You see how I actually knew her from She Code Africa. There was one event we had during the pandemic, and she was talking about her journey, and I was like, wow, I want to be like you when I grow up. So yes, connect with her. You learn more. So let's move on now. Next on our agenda is a session that some of you might be really looking forward to. I think this would be a very interesting session. Let's go to our agenda. Designing for open source, tips, tools, and techniques for collaborative design. Designing for open source, tips, tools, and techniques for collaborative design. Now, our speaker is another of our GitHub stars. Her name is Peace Ojeme. Now, Peace came all the way from London to have this session with us. She decided to come. We were still contemplating whether it would be virtual or in person, but decided to come to Lagos and give us this. So thank you very much for coming. Let me read her bio quickly out for you all. Peace is a product designer living in Nigeria. She helps organizations and communities design, maintain, and improve the quality of their products to match the needs of their target audience. She believes so much in the essence of community and collaboration. Hence, she has chosen to remain actively involved in strengthening communities around her, particularly in her areas of interest. She holds and reckons pertinently in the theory that for every building, bricks, and mortar are vital to the actualization of the structure, which entails collaboration and contribution. Oh, boy. Wow. Okay, so let's have you on design for open source, tips, tools, and techniques. Thank you.
I don't know where you saw that bio, but like, I think is it my bio? I don't know. But hi everyone. Good afternoon. Why is everyone quiet? I'm supposed to come with my slide, but I don't have a slide because I'm always a rebel. I don't like to follow the conventional way of things. So this section is going to be very interactive. So it's not just going to be me giving a lecture because I'm not a lecturer. I'm a student like you, life student, not like school student. And then I'm going to like asking questions and then interacting with the crowd. I have one concern. I feel like if I ask this question, I might feel like it's not really necessary to give this talk because a lot of times when we have like open source events, you find out that there are literally just 1, 2, or 3 designers. So I'm just going to ask, hoping that Unilag will be different. How many designers are in the room? Any kind of designer. Could be graphics, products, experience, fashion, interior, anyone. I want to see the designers. Because if I don't see these designers, then there's no need for this talk. Yeah, designers, not like the GitHub founders, actual designers. So I'm saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've seen some of us doing like this. They know they're not designers, so but they can identify to be designers for today. If you want to identify to be a designer, you can also raise your hand. Okay, so today what we are going to basically talking about is how we can contribute to open source as designers. I think that's why we always sort of like have a lot of low turnouts because a lot of designers feel like the open source space is not for them. And that is deeply rooted in the foundation of how we develop ourselves to be designers. Designers are always this very lonely. I think they are like the loneliest set of people in the tech ecosystem. They are not. Okay. Why would you say they are not? They're everywhere. But how much collaborations do you see among designers? You see designers, I think the most common thing is they don't want you to see what they are designing till they are done. Do you know that part? Now that's the loneliness I talk about. The way we build our design skill, we build to design for ourselves before we not make it public or before we not share it to the other members of our team. But then for developers grow up or build their tech career with the idea of collaboration. They share their, they upload, commit PROs, do all sorts of things just to collaborate, right? But you see, designer, I just open my Figma, private file, design there. After designing, even when I'm sharing the file, I'm sharing just one particular, the final output. I don't involve anybody in my design process because I don't want anybody to come and tell me, put the button there. No, no, this color is not. So a lot of times our background is not really like collaborative. So a lot of people don't shy away from open source because open source itself is very, 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 very collaborative. That's one very big barrier that designers face trying to contribute to open source. Now, after talking about the barriers, we want to consider how can we as designers, the designers that are here and those that are identifying as designers, contribute to open source. Because of how low the output for contributing to open source as a designer is, a lot of projects also have their difficulties in accepting designers. Because taking it back again, in the engineering world, in the development world, is very collaborative. And a lot of people who started open source projects are technically always engineers, maintainers. You hardly find designers who are maintainers. And there's one thing about advocacy. When you hear developer advocate, you hear developer relation, you hear, oh, this person is advocating for this. You hear She Code Africa advocating for women. If you don't have structures like that, generally, it is hard for people to see a group of people. So if we don't have maintainers that are designers, how would a project be open to accepting designers? Who will review their design contributions? So that too is another big challenge. So there's a challenge from how you are developing your skill as a designer. There's a challenge from how restrictive your tool for designing is as a designer. GitHub, I mean, you can share your code. You can literally do all sorts of collaboration. Figma, just recently, can you, let's say, create a design system and share it in the Figma community? That just happened. I think it was 2020 they introduced that. Before, you're on your own. Then you now come to the project. There are no designers to actually review your design contributions. And that's like one of the major challenges I faced when I was starting out design. I started out in an organization that was very technical. And it was very challenging. I guess I'll get to talk about it later on. So now, after talking about the challenges that designers face to contribute to open source, how can we as designers now try to start changing that narrative? That's why organizations like Open Source Design, I don't know if any of us know about it. Okay, so it means that the designers in this room have not actually maybe attempted to contribute to design. Interesting. So we have organizations like open source design.net. That community is basically a community of open source designers. When you go to that community, you just basically have to go directly. Let's say you don't want to do a lot of things in the community because it's just a community that is bringing people together, right? They're not working on one specific project. They have like a project board where you can basically like pick out projects that you can contribute to and then contribute to them. Ruth mentioned the other also for non-programmers, you can also find designers, design tags there. Most recently, the Oktoberfest, has been having a lot of design tags. So you're saying that a lot of organizations, because there's a restriction in the organization level, a lot of organizations are beginning to open up their design process. I think the most recent organization that I had a conversation with was Ethereum. They are still in the process of opening up that design process. Bitcoin's design process literally opened up just a few months ago. Like, they are literally trying to see how can we actually bring in more designers into open source. Then you see products like Figma trying to do more community work, trying to tell you that you can actually design a design system or you can create this kit or this slide and then just share it on Figma for other people to like build upon it and then grow their skill. Now, one very important thing about contributing to open source as a designer is it sets a tone for your career. Now, starting out with design, you see a lot of people on Twitter. The most typical direction for designers is when I start learning to design, I basically just learn about colors, fonts. Today, I just put one or two things together, I share on Twitter. Tomorrow, I just put one or two things together, I share on Twitter. And then when you want to apply for roles, the company will say experience in designing for products. And most times, a lot of companies are looking for experience in designing for product that people are using because it's a different ball game when you just create a product design from your imagination. You've not tested, you don't know how usable that is, you don't know how functional whatever you are designing is, right? So open source creates that avenue for you as a designer to be able to work with projects that currently have users that you can design, test your design, and then know that you're actually building functional projects. And then when somebody's asking you about your experience, you're able to say, oh, I was actually part of the design team that built this product that are used by 300 million people. In your first year of becoming a designer, that enough is going to like make the recruiter or whoever it is that you're talking to very interested in your career, right? So that's like one very, very big thing that design contributes to open source does to designers. It literally paves an avenue for you to be able to work on products that are already being used. And that part is actually very, very important through your design journey. Another very important thing is it helps you work with a team. A lot of us can design really beautiful interfaces, whatnot. When recruiters are trying to recruit you as an employee, one important thing that they look at is your soft skills. How much can you collaborate with your team? How much can you work with your teammates on the same level with you? How much can you collaborate with your manager? And if you have been a designer that just wakes up in the morning, design a landing page that they sell flowers, you post on Twitter, you have 20,000 likes, 2 million retweets. Without that soft skill, it will be a bit difficult also for you to actually land yourself like a role because recruiters are concerned about your experience with working with people. Now, that's another very important thing that open source does to you. It also gives you an avenue for growth as a designer. I keep using this instance when designers just basically go and design like a landing page and post on Twitter, as opposed to someone who is contributing to open source and working on a product like GNOME, for example, that is used by millions of people, and both of you are basically applying for a similar role. Who do you think the recruiter will be way more interested in moving to the next level? Someone that has a lot of design posters on Dribble, have a lot of posts on Twitter, just landing pages, 2 screens of phones, and someone who is working with a team or a project like GNOME that's used by millions of people, designing experiences for people. Who do you think the recruiter will be way more interested to listen to that background more? So that's another thing that contributing to open source in general does to you, but specifically to design, that's one thing that sets you aside for a lot of designers. I was talking to somebody the other day, and he was like, the easiest thing for you to do getting into tech is joining design. Because anybody that knows how to open Figma and drag color and bring fonts is already a designer. And it's literally one of the most competitive space also, because there are actually a lot of people that just know how to open Figma and draw shapes together, and they're like, wow. So for you to set yourself aside from the crowd, that is a lot, with a lot of competition, contributing to open source can actually pave that way for you. So let's talk about tools. Luckily for designers who are getting into design now, you have tools like Figma that is becoming a lot more collaborative. It's still very tight, still very closed, but I think the fact that it's literally on web just makes it a lot more collaborative than when we had Sketch. Who used Adobe XD, Photoshop? Now only you get your file. After you finish designing, you literally have a file of very large size and you're sharing it to like people. Like the collaboration was really, really tough then. But now you have tools like Figma that helps you share and collaborate more with people. You can have your engineers on the file, you can have your managers on the file, you can have people contribute. You can literally throw a party on Figma now. And they are still doing a lot more to try to like open up that whole process. And for you to be able to find projects as a designer, that's a bit more difficult than finding projects as a developer. But then it's literally the same process, right? You go to like this site, the site that Ruth has mentioned. You could also go to opensourcedesign.net. I keep mentioning opensourcedesign.net because it's way more specific than a couple of other sites out there. It basically just lists out, it does not list out just projects, it lists out the skill or the tasks you are going to be working on a particular project. So you can just like, okay, I'm a graphics designer and I probably want to like start my first contribution by designing a logo for this organization. You're just seeing it there, design a logo. Then they also have like the ones that are paid and the ones that are free. So you can basically just see like a list. I'll probably share the link to opensourcedesign.net like after the section. Another thing you can do as a designer when you join communities, this might be way tougher than the regular contributing to open source. When you join a project that basically do not or does not have like the whole design accessibility or flexibility, like Ruth said, you can start piecing it into the team. But that can only happen if they have like a maintainer that can basically start maintaining like design projects. And that's one thing that a lot of projects lack. But if you're lucky enough, that can actually like start up your career and then you can gradually grow into that maintainer level and start helping them manage projects depending on how much research or how much knowledge you have about the company and your background or your experience. One mistake that designers make a lot when contributing to open source is, designers, we like to think that we know too much. We like to think that like we are the smartest people in the tech ecosystem because we try to say that we understand business, we understand marketing, we understand this. And we're like, when we design something, we literally want engineers to implement that thing. Like, we just like to think that we are gods. And that is why I see a lot of designers on their Twitter bio, they call themselves gods. So we are actually a very proud set of people. But then, contributing to open source as a designer, if you don't go in with the mindset of learning, will humble you. You even find yourself like leaving. Because a lot of designers go to projects and they don't do much research on the project. I just come into this project as a designer. First day, second day, your logo is shit. From nowhere. You don't even know, you've not read about the project, you don't know anything. Or the color science is bad. Or the app is not fine. I used to be like that too until I worked on a project and I made a proposal. I think I worked for so long on that proposal. And when I submitted it, they asked me one question. How does this proposal support colorblind people? That was the end of my proposal. Because I did not make as much research on the project. I just saw it and I just jumped into design, it has to be fine, it has to be beautiful. There are reasons why a lot of projects are still the way they are So for you to be able to reason with the maintainers to introduce some sort of like design or experience, those things take time. So you don't come into a project as a designer and start dictating to the maintainer what they need to do on a project that they've been working on for 15 years. So as designers, when contributing to open source, one very important tip is for you to take your time, go through that project, literally understand the different segments of that project. If possible, you can literally be in a project for like a month and you've not actually seen what to contribute to. You're just like in the background, making your research, talking to people. Make sure you have a level of knowledge. You don't have to know everything, but make sure you have a level of knowledge to be able to make suggestions or to be able to like drop projects. Some projects are a lot more easier to contribute to. I mean, a couple of projects now are beginning to add their design issues on GitHub. So you can basically go to GitHub, first time issue, design, work on that particular thing. That is already like specified for you to work on. It's a lot less troublesome to work on projects like that. But if you want to go further into like making proposals, suggesting to the project, and just bringing up ideas, you really have to understand the project that you're working on to be able to do that. And then that means being in the community. Another really interesting thing about contributing to open source as a designer is it gives you this sense of community and you can learn from like people. Now, for me, I think I'm going to be talking about it later on. I got into open source the month I started tech. So I don't even have a tech background. I just did and then open source. So what that experience gave me was an ecosystem to learn, to make mistake, to grow, to get feedback from people. So contributing to open source as a designer generally also gives you that sense of community to basically like learn from. And you see yourself going straight from understanding colors and fonts and things like that to understanding user needs and things like that as well. And then there are several ways to contribute to open source as a designer. Multiples actually. You can contribute as a graphic designer, you can contribute as a UI designer. You can write content for those for UX folks. You can actually like write content. Um, you can do UX research for projects, and then a couple of other things. You just have to figure out how do I want to make contribution to a project as a designer, and then once you get that fact sure, then you can actually find projects that accepts that contribution. You cannot go to a project that basically do not accept external researchers and want to force yourself on the team to make contributions. That's literally not going to work. So you just have to figure out how do I want to do this, and then find projects that basically are available to like accept those contributions. And if you're lucky enough to be in a community where you already know members of the community and have like ideas and suggestions to make, you can basically just write proposals and send it out. And before you know it, you can literally start your own design program by just like being in the community and understanding what is going on there. Okay. I think I don't have slides, so I'm using the topic to like guide my talk. At this point, does anyone have any question? Before I continue? Design in open source. Literally one of the most boring open source conversations to have because you have like just 2, 3 people interested.
We have a question here.
Mike, what direction are you supposed to go? Okay.
Hello, please. You're not going to say hi.
Hi, Yoma.
Okay, so my question is, what are your design principles? And, or basically, what are the best design principles one can
Okay. Design principles vary from like the type of designs that you make. So let's say you are doing like a UX researcher. So basically, your principles are basically always going to involve talking to users, getting a lot of data, and designing based on data, not based on imagination, like a lot of visual designers do. So you actually have to like understand the whole background of design based on data, design based on psychology, and things like that, and then incorporate it into the visual aspect of design. If your design intersects between UX and UI, then for like graphic designers, a lot of times too, you also have to like make research as a visual designer, but we tend to like skip that part a lot. That's like a very important part into like your design process and should be part of your design principles, though not as deep as the UX designer who really wants to get the perspective of the users and things like that. Then one important design principle that people do not mention in design principles technically is how well you're able to collaborate with people and how you can influence both your team, your users, and then like your whole design process into trying to design something that blends with the business goal and then the goal of the users as well. So that's like a piece around from like different angles.
Okay, I have okay, so when you like want graphic design, like there are not many much people into graphics design. Like most people are doing UI UX and everything. So like is there's really no place like you can use to show off your graphics design like logos and all. Like it's the only I usually see only very few people on Twitter that like actually say that they're doing graphics design. So I don't know. Is there like something like I don't know, but people are not really looking into graphics design like that. Like it's looking maybe just something basic.
Yeah. I think even on design Twitter, there's always a lot of banter or design Twitter talking about how product designers are more valuable than graphic designers and product designers are so yes, I get that. There is no aspect of design that is less of a value. For graphic designers, if you actually want to go deep into facts, that's what gave birth to these other segments of design. And then is there breaking design into like different segments here. So for you to be able to share your graphic design work, that's like your direct person, right? You have places like Behance. If you go to Behance, now go to Behance with the mindset of you want to learn because if you go there and see the designs that people have done, you're going to be asking yourself, how long, how many years do I have to learn design to be able to be this good? So go to Behance with the mindset of, I want to learn. And then Behance literally have this thing like mood boards where you just collect designs that you like and you want to learn from. Just, you can have them in, I don't know if you use Pinterest a lot. You know how you create like boards, you can do that on Behance. Just create like mood boards that can like literally guide you. You can have like a logo mood board, you can have this mood board. And then when you design, you can share there's a whole large community of designers there to interact with your design. Then dribble with triple B.com. That's also like a good way to like share your designs. Twitter is also a very, very good way because in the past couple of years, Twitter's interaction has actually grown a lot, and a lot of people basically also hire from Twitter. So you could also be like posting your designs on Twitter and then start building like those communities. I think there are actually a couple of graphic design communities. I could check and then share the links with the organizers later on because yeah, I'm not really a graphic designer. Okay, we have okay. Sorry.
This question is actually more for Mr. Arashi on the octantship. I just wanted to know if the octantship applies to data science field, specifically data analyst.
Mr. Rashid.
All right. Okay, so I want to be looking at. So basic simple answer will be for now, I'm not aware of any. But then I will advise you to keep on checking. And if anybody have come across any data science project or company that offer that on GitHub Octernship, but then there will be more of them in the future. But as of now, I'm not aware. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There's one hand there, there's another one here, and then there's one there. There are two.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Sorry, my hearing. I think I have a hearing disability. I don't know.
Yeah, so this is on design. As a designer, how do you deal with a situation where you give a mobile or a front-end developer a design and they go ahead to cook beans?
You go ahead to what?
Cook beans. What's on their mind?
I feel like that's also like one thing that a lot of people talked about. I think even till today, we're designing the website for the festival, and one thing we always see in our design meeting is, hope after sending this into engineering, we're not just going to see one big static stuff. We always like make that jokes, right? But then that is also deep rooted into how you create your designs. As a designer or as a product designer, to a level, you need to understand how the developers or how the code works. You don't have to know how to code. You just need to understand what is possible with your team. It can be possible with somebody else, but that particular engineer working on it has a lot of constraints. So you have that's where collaboration comes in. You need to be able to communicate with your engineering team or the engineer that you're working with to understand the constraints that you like that they might face developing your design. So if let's say you're creating like a design that has like a ton of animation and the engineer working on it does not know jack shit about CSS, it's just not possible for them to be able to like replicate your design. That's why you now see you prepared fried rice and now give you beans. Situations like that.
All right, thank you very much. But this isn't particularly about within possibility. This is just the person you give him like a button and it's like, no, this other color will work better. But they're like,
So like an engineer that wants to be a designer but allows you to design. Well, I think that now brings you to like your soft skill. As a designer, you need to be able to know how to influence, not manage. So you need to understand the psychology of trying to influence people and convince them to do what you want them to do without making it seem like you are making them do what you want to do. So that's like one soft skills that designers also need to develop. You need to psychologically be able to turn their head. And then they're not going to actually realize that you're getting them to do what you're going to do. But it depends on how you communicate that with them. You cannot just start talking about how they are. So let's say, for example, they give you the design and then you start with, this is not what I gave you. The engineer is already like, you've already put the person off. So whatever feedback you're bringing after that statement is entering and going out from here, like you're on your own. I don't already develop and you know where you want to be done. So you need to be able to know how to communicate with these people and be able to influence them to get them to do what you want them to do. But then you also need to understand how much flexibility that engineer has to replicating your design as well.
Okay. The thing is, we're having a fireside chat, so I think they can ask you their questions then.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, please. That was amazing. Please, this applause. I'm not feeling this applause. Oh. All right. So, okay. So now let's move on. I've put the agenda here for a while, so you must see what we are having next. We're having a fireside chat with three of our GitHub stars and our GitHub education community manager. So we have Ruth Ikega, Yuma Okobia, Samson Godi, Peace Jeremiah, and our moderator is Salim Oinola. So let's get the seats up and so we can invite our speakers. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? All right, awesome. Good day, everyone. My name is Salim Ongola. I'm a GitHub campus trainee and a Microsoft Lens Student Ambassador from this beautiful university, the University of Nation's Pride and University of First Choice and Nation's Pride. And I'm super excited to be moderating this session. So before I go on, let me invite our speakers. First of all, I'd like to invite Ruth. I'll go from my right to my left. So Ruth, she's a GitHub star, open source program manager and consultant. I reckon you also introduced yourself as a technical writer earlier. Thank you very much, Ruth. And then Yoma is the GitHub education community manager. Okay. Then we got Samson. Samson is an open source advocate, a GitHub star, the co-founder of the largest gathering of open source lovers in Africa, OscarFest. And lastly, Peace. This is a GitHub star, senior product designer, and open source enthusiast. All right, awesome. This panel session will last for 40 minutes, and my goal is to get as much insights. 40, yeah. And my goal is to get as much insights as I can from these wonderful individuals. Now, I can't do that alone. I'm going to need you guys help, and I'll need also to stay as quiet as possible, no our questions, because when I'm done here, you guys can ask more questions. And I think that goes for the guys online as well. Now, a little agenda on how this will work. I'm going to ask them how they got started, challenges you faced, where you are now, what you're doing now in tandem with open source. And then you're going to tell us how we can do our own path. But first of all, so my dad always teaches me that whenever I want to have a to-do list, I should always start with the most important thing. So I think I'm going to do that here. And I'll start with the most important question. It's directed to Samson. Yeah. All right. So leading up to this session, I did a bit of how to do my homework, and I dug up a tweet of yours from October last year. Calm down. And so apparently it was your birthday, and then you got a trophy. You got a trophy on your birthday. Right. That's the one. You got a trophy, and the trophy said, "Best in soft life." That's what it said. So I'm wondering, at the end of this session, would we have insights on how to live that life?
I would say don't trust anything you see on the internet, right? Yeah. Yeah, it was just my friend told me about that, but don't believe anything you see on the internet. Yeah. Sorry?
He is.
No, I'm not.
He is. All right, thank you very much. All right, so I'll go from Ruth all the way back now. So the first question is, how did you first become interested in tech, and what inspired you to pursue a career in the field?
Okay, so how I became interested in tech. Very. When I was in school, I studied microbiology. Right? We both studied microbiology. So when I was in school, Perry used to do a lot of tech things. And I would, bump into Perry in a meeting. She's doing a lot of things, and I think that's what sparked my interest. But then I didn't start tech in school. I kind of waited. Don't be like me. Don't wait till you graduate. But yeah, that's what sparked my interest. The way I always saw Perry and then Alabo, which is not here. They were, doing tech, and they were living soft life. So that's how I
So
got
fair to
interested.
say you were inspired by Perry, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, so you said you studied microbiology. So can you touch on how you got into open source or tech in general, coming from a non-technical background? Because I would imagine you have a number of people here that are from non-technical backgrounds, or people joining on YouTube. So can you touch on that?
Yeah.
What are the challenges? How was that like?
Okay. How I got into open source, Perry again. But for getting into open source from a non-technical background, it's hard. I know first thing I had to do was do a lot of research, because I started with Python. I had to do a lot of research, trying to connecting my interest. I was very interested in microbiology. That's very, I was very interested. Yeah, so I think I did my research connecting microbiology and tech. And then I used to want to do masters in microbiology too. I was that
When did I
interested.
stop? Or still there?
It's not there anymore. Okay, but yeah, so I did my research, like how do I connect what I like doing, or microbiology to technology. And Python is a very versatile language, right? And there's scientific people do scientific stuff with Python. I was like, wow, this is cool. So now connecting what I loved at the time, in quotes, at the time, to tech was something that helped me. It was a passion. Bringing it into tech. And I was like, okay, whenever I feel discouraged, or whenever I feel like, okay, why am I even doing this? Because I did not see myself in tech like 5 years ago. So I was like, okay, this is something I'm connecting to my passion into tech. And then in open source, coming non-technically, like using Git, I still have issues with Git till today. I still have issues with Git. All right. So using Git was hard, like, because before you make, like, to make an open source contribution, especially when the project is on GitHub, you need to send in a pull request. And at least code spaces now helps you do that faster, but then there was no code space at least the time I started. So like having to navigate all my Git problems was tough. So that was like on non-technical level as well. Yeah, collaborating with developers that have 10 years of experience, more experience than you are. It's the imposter syndrome is very tough,
I can
right?
imagine.
Thinking of what do I even want to say that makes sense. But yeah, so those are the challenges, those were the times I faced. Overcoming them was just trusting and believing that I was saying something that was valid.
Yes,
Just
you were.
even though I was saying rubbish.
Nah, you weren't.
Just I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing.
So you're saying that if you're coming from a non-technical background, you should try to find where tech and that background, where like the points where they meet, right?
Yeah. But what if you don't like that non-technical background you're coming from? But but yeah, you can find the like where they meet together. It helps sometimes.
All right, then. Thank you very much. I think one thing I really picked from what you said was you said 5 years ago you were not sure you even be in tech. So in 5 years and then you're a GitHub star now. That's really inspiring. If this inspired you, I mean, it's fair enough, probably going to inspire me or someone else here. All right, so Yuma, yeah. How did you first become interested in tech, and what inspired you to pursue a career in tech?
Okay, so I studied electronics and computer engineering as well. Ruth said I studied microbiology first, and that's the truth. My dad wanted me to study medicine. I didn't want to study medicine. I got admitted into microbiology and I left after 1 year. And I started studying electronics and computer engineering. Then I changed schools and finished with computer engineering. So that's my education background.
Right.
So I've always been interested in tech from that. I have tried a lot of things. I think my first experience with tech was I attended like a GDG event in Port Harcourt, and they had like this Android study jams. So I saw Java code and I ran. So yeah, so that's kind of like my journey, how I got started with tech, and of course the money is very motivating.
Yeah, it is. All right. So along that journey, yeah, can you touch on how important being in a community, perhaps building a community or being part of the community was in that journey?
Okay, so as I said, my very first experience with tech was at a GDG Android study jam. So community plays a really essential role. I saw like there are different aspects. You don't have to limit yourself to one thing. I started studying engineering, so I have like VLSI design, embedded systems. In some schools, there's even data science in engineering modules. But I recall doing one engineering math like that, and we were using Python to solve numerical methods. So community plays an essential role if you find the right community.
All right, thank you very much. So on to something. I think one thing I learned from what she said is one thing that I'm taking up personally. I think you said embedded system. I did some digging as well, and I see that you play a lot with microcontrollers and all. So I'll probably come and see about that. Right. So now about something. How did you first become interested in tech? And what inspired you to pursue a career in this field?
I would say that poverty sat your Saturday. Sorry, I'm just very slow because I had a very crazy last night. So I'm just a bit slow. Yeah, I would say that just like everybody here, um, still, I think all the people talking so far, yeah, I dropped out. So I'm not even going to tell you that. I dropped out like twice actually, two universities or whatever. But they're two different universities actually. Don't try that one. Yeah, but yeah, it was because I think for me, I had different views in life, and I didn't want to exactly like do multiple things at the same time. But I think for me, like how I got into tech was just, I would say, mere coincidence. I was frustrated. I wanted to do something, and then going into the internet for the not for the first time, but just with more intentional goal there, I discovered that there was a whole universe of a particular tech space that I was very interested in, and then that's how that got started.
Yeah, all right, awesome. So you've been in open source, you've been in open source software for 13 plus years. And for a bit of context here, guys, a 13-year-old Nigerian, yeah, is probably struggling with periodic tables right now. And that's how old they'll be. And if the kid is as smart as Mr. Samson here, you probably have 4 years experience in Linux. That's how much 13 years is. So now I'm curious, how important is it I mean, throughout that journey here, how important has it been to like build the connection and the network of people?
Giving me a shade of these vibes right now. So I think, um, I mean, I've sort of like seen not different decades. I don't want to start sounding very old, but I've seen different decades in tech, right? Like how before people didn't care about web developments, it was just traditional software. Most people were building e-commerce. I think the only thing that um, I would say people were more interested in was just like, oh, building forums and all that. Like it was just very old fashioned because what we know as computing now wasn't very publicly accessible. In fact, what got me into tech was the fact that they wanted to solve a problem in diversity in tech. So there's this program called One Laptop Per Child. Started from like MIT. So they came to Nigeria. I was in just getting to JSS1. Wow. Just around there. Yeah. So having the access to that program, sort of like I said, gave me access to a different type of world. But an interesting thing about doing tech being that young is the fact that you sort of grow into the ecosystem. So basically, in 2023 now, people that I've worked with over the years have done different things in their lives. So it's just very natural. And I think in the open source space, given the nature of collaboration, working together for ages, your close partner is now really in $1 billion company or something, right? Like it's just, I'm not saying that my close friend, please, but I'm just giving a context, right? Like people that you've worked with have, taken roles, exec roles in top companies. So it's just like growing up, in your circle in school and all that, like your schoolmates now is like the governor or something, right? So I would say that's kind of the advantages of being that, long in the ecosystem. But then I mean, it also comes with its own disadvantages, right? Because I sort of started writing code before I could fix my English. Wow. Right. So, and then there are a lot of things, right? And then I became a notorious student at some point because I was born in Port Harcourt, so yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, so I think those things sort of like contributing to the factor, and now like reflecting back and even having this conversation just sort of makes sense.
All right. So you know people, shall.
Yeah?
I mean, in all, you know people.
Something like that.
Awesome, awesome. All right. So, peace. Yeah, we go again. How did you first become interested in tech, and what inspired you to pursue a career in the tech ecosystem?
I think I probably would have a similar experience with a lot of Nigerian children that like going to school. Because my dad wanted me to study medicine. But unlike Yoma, I did not leave the microbiology I was given. I just continued there, but I knew that that was not my life. Um, the moment I was leaving home, I knew I was going to do something else, right? Because like I had this whole, I used to be a
And that goes
I'm
back to the
still
fact that you're a rebel. Like, you don't do
yeah,
things the
yeah,
conventional way.
exactly.
Right.
I'm actually like a rebel, and I've been like that from like when I was small. And then me and my dad came into this. He wanted me to go to a particular school to study medicine. So I got to a part in the negotiation where I had to go to the school I want, but then I'll study your medicine.
Alright.
But then I went to the school and then they gave me microbiology. Of course, neither is the microbiology interesting to me because I mean, I like health. I can read about it, but I don't want that to be my life, right? So leaving home, I knew I was going to do something else, but I wasn't sure what it was. And then I got into school. I think I started out with like business. Then I attended an event in Port Harcourt. The event was basically a design sprint where they shared us into group and then they gave us a problem and told us to find a solution to that problem, right? And we worked in like yeah, that was what got me interested in user experience. And then I started to do a little bit more research into tech and gradually started joining the community. I think one thing I would say also is for people to be aware that it's good to grow in a community, but it's also very good to be self-aware because there are communities you can actually grow in that might be very toxic, right? So you should be able to discern and know that to know your limits on how you interact with that community because you might see yourself sinking even while in the community, right? And then I think I said out the community. Then my first open source contribution was Sugar Labs. I think something we met at that event, right? I didn't know anybody there. I was just quiet and looking at. Then there was this guy on his Samsung phone being all with this. Right. So I think after that we like took pictures and then we started talking. Then I saw on Facebook he posted stickers from Google Summer of Code. I'm like, guy, what is this? Because I'm very inquisitive. I like to ask questions here. And then it's like somebody I saw in Port Harcourt yesterday is in US. In like how? And then he's like, oh, there's this organization, Sugar Labs, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. That night, I not sleep. I went to research about Sugar Labs, research about like things I could do. Then I was still not sure what I want to do in tech. I started out with Python. I was just very confused, but I know that I don't want to be a microbiologist. And I needed to find money to eat. So I was like, I need to figure out how to actually like go about this. And then gradually got into Sugar Labs. And then I think I started mentoring for Google Code In. And then gradually now grow into the community.
Alright, awesome. So I feel like if there's anyone with a Samsung phone here taking pictures, please let me know, okay? All right. So during your keynote session, you talked about the fact that designers are really proud, and I think what I got from that was that humility is a very important mindset when coming into open source. You also touched on the fact that by virtue of the way design is, you don't really get to collaborate as such. So I think basically you said being humble and coming in with a collaborative mindset. What other mindset do you think is important for a designer coming into open source?
I think the greatest mindset is that mindset of collaboration and your willingness to learn, right? For me, I think like I have like a different background from a lot of designers out there. I did not go through the typical learning to design or learning to this. I went straight into designing a product that was used by like over 3 million children around the world. So I needed to catch up like really fast. Okay. And then I was working with very technical people that have over 20 years of experience. And I don't know jack shit. I just joined tech 1 month ago. Like their terms, I'm just in the meeting, I'm like,
what's going on here?
And then my Google is open. Once I just say something, I just research it. So that was how I gradually started coming into it. But then it was for me, it was more of that mindset to learn. because I really wanted. I got know where you they fish, so that I can actually fish myself, and then just start learning myself.
Right. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so back to you come all the way back. So you start again, you go, then come back here, right?
Okay.
All right. So what was your first job in tech, and what did you learn from that experience? So I didn't you talked about being a very technical place. So what was it from that experience?
My first job, like full-time role in tech, I got it 2 months into getting into tech.
Wow.
And even till now, I'm still like, it's wild because it's not an experience a lot of people might actually get to like see. And that happened only because I was able to get into Sugar Labs. And I started working hand in hand with Walter, who was the founder of Sugar Labs. And then he said a startup. And he's like, hey, Perry, I love your work. Do you want to work with me full time? Guy, money. Of course, yes. I don't know what I was doing, but yes, I'm
Money's
going to
guaranteed.
learn. And then that was how I started my first job. The salary was really good. I was in my year 3. At that point, I'm like, okay, I mean,
You're a baller.
I can as well just leave school at this point because, I mean, we just know that I'm not going to like. I think I started drifting from school, and then Posh and Alabo, who is not here, made me write my year 3 exam, which I almost missed. I think it was at that point I would have actually dropped off, but they just held me, and then I wrote the exam, and then just continued like that. What was the second question? I know you had like a
You said something about like a technical. It's the very first place you started from. So what was like the challenges there? Can you touch on that a bit?
I had a lot of challenges starting out with Sugar Labs because one, I was working with a group of very experienced people. I'm talking of people that were in Steve Jobs' time.
Wow.
Starting out like working on computers, and they were extremely technical.
Right.
It takes an extra skill for those set of people to communicate with people like me that don't know anything. So that was like a challenge. It took being in the community and doing my own personal homework, a lot of homework, to actually be able to like communicate with these people. And then I was also working with a very technical team that do not give a fuck about design. So I had to struggle with the fact that they were technical, they were way more experienced, but they don't actually care about what I do. So I had to figure out how to actually like make them care. I think that's why I started picking up that experience to influence people, to get them to like see things from my perspective and try to like understand. I had like a lot of proposals that I've written to Sugar Labs that today was not implemented because it was a tug of war. I could spend 3 months working on a proposal, and in one board meeting, in one sentence, the proposal is out.
Just like that.
And so that's like one challenge. But I think just continuing doing that actually just kept me in the space, and then I got to start learning, and then the experience I was getting from there was really helping me in my first role. So it was not seamless, it was stressful, but it paid off. Yeah.
Right. So as a follow up to that, before I go to something, for beginners in tech, I think what I agree with me that imposter syndrome is something that's very common. So when I work with people of that caliber, did you have imposter syndrome? And if you did, how did you cope with it?
Of course, I mean anybody would have imposter syndrome when you don't know jack shit and working with somebody that literally builds the computer out. Like it's very intimidating, right? But I think with my personal work, I think what actually like helped me a lot was the effort that Walter actually put into like me personally. It was not like there was a special class or a special, but I could feel that intention in him trying to like communicate with me and trying to make sure that I get along, because he was the only designer. Like he had a background in research, so he actually understood design, but from a very high level. So, and then the rest of them were just like engineers. So I think maybe it's seeing that like I was coming into design, and then there's not that kind of person in the organization. He just had to like really put that step forward, and then just, I would say he guided me through it, but in a very high level. Like the guide was not really guiding, but he helped me at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think what I'm getting from that is that he pulled you up, but then you also have to like try to raise yourself up at the same time.
Yep. And then there were like several times where they would say something in the meeting. I don't open something DM. Alpha, waiting people because I don't understand. I think there was a time like I was giving a task.
Right.
I did not understand the premise of that task at all. Like Then I like I texted Samson like, guy, Alpha, see, come. I had to like we met somewhere and then he like explained the background of the task and everything and then I worked on it and
So again, I say again, if you have a Samsung phone here and you're taking pictures, let me know. So I'll text you about things like that. All right. So back to Samsung now. You said you started when you're like in JSS1, right? I'd imagine, did you have any intern don't push code experience where you do nonsense, perhaps? Did you have any intern don't push code experience?
Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
All right, okay, my bad. So I'm like, you said you started in JSS1, right? So I'm like, at that young age, did you have any, okay, perhaps as an intern, you pushed perhaps a commit and then probably like take down the entire sort of production or something? Did you have anything like that? Or you did like nonsense, like perhaps in your first job or something?
I'm trying to remember, to be honest. So I'm trying to figure out like what's my first touch point. So my first touch point was, again, like my experience in tech is very different, right?
Okay.
So I try not to be like try to dwell on it. So like, hey, you need to do this or that, because for me, like I said, um, everything was just, I would say, intentionality, right? Like, so for example, like just like let's say Unilag, for example, right? Like everyone had access to a certain type of computers, right? Same level. It's not like, oh, like they gave me any special treatment or anything, right? It was just again intentionality. So I think the first on the code part, because I started as an engineer, obviously.
Okay.
In the code part, this is a very funny story. So I had access to the laptop, and prior to that, like any other young Nigerian guy, right? Like playing. I wasn't a FIFA fan at the beginning. It was PES.
No.
Yeah, I was not a FIFA fan at the beginning. I mean, long time ago, there was
But
more
now you're
PES.
FIFA fan, yeah?
Yes, I don't even know what's PES. Right? So like, sorry, don't quote me this on Twitter, anything, but I used to play PES a lot, and then when I had access to the laptop, so it was very natural for me to like, oh, let me go and download, a laptop version or whatever. And I did spend a lot of money on the cafe, or in this case on the cafe, right? Finally downloaded like 4 GB file of, it was a Windows version anyways. But I didn't know the operating system that was running. It was very interesting. So I got it, borrowed my friend's hard drive, and again, all in school, it was so funny. Copied it, I was so happy. I went home, I didn't even eat. Like, come on, eat, come on. Allow me, let me install this game, you understand? So, plug the hard drive. I was just seeing like, the system was just interpreting all the files as jargon. Like, it was just like, you could, at first, I thought I crashed.
So like, how old were you at the point?
Eh?
Like, how old were you at the point?
Is that important? I don't think it's important. Don't worry. Yeah. Probably around 9. Yeah, but like
That's very important.
But yeah, anyways, like, so I opened this stuff. I was like, at first I thought I crashed like my system because I could not understand what I was seeing. So then I called somebody. He works in the cyber cafe. I was like, why is this .exe file not working? I'm like, oh, like doesn't even know. Okay, no wahala. So I started trying to make research. I went back to the cafe. I was doing some research. Then I discovered the community that was. So I googled the name obviously. Then I discovered the community that was maintaining the software, which Barry mentioned, which is the Sugar Lab side of it. So I know for any of you here, how many of you here uses Linux in some level? I mean, Linux is everywhere, but like in some level. Okay. So how many of you here know what Ubuntu is? Ubuntu. Yeah, who has this laptop? This particular. I can see the Kali stuff going on. I wanted to ask a question, but anyways, so what I was running at that time was kind of a very customized, lightweight Linux distro that was 97% written in Python, and then the other written in like C. So, and it was very geared into like education for pre-university students, just like myself. I think I was a little bit old for that Uruguay and Paraguay or whatever. So basically what happened was when I started making the research, I discovered that, okay, definitely what I downloaded was not suitable for the operating system. So that I was like, oh, so this is what they were talking in primary school, different operating systems. system. You know when they tell you, there's Windows and then there's others.
Right.
She's like, I mean, I didn't know what the others was, right? So it was like others. Okay. So something else, and I discovered that it was not just Linux. It's not even straightforward like your Kali or Ubuntu like this is in the store. It's just something based on a particular distro at that time. So it was very, very complicated as a 9-year-old. Even now to today, it can be very complicated. So basically what happened was I still somehow discovered the community. I still remember my first email. I found out the founder of Sugar Labs, which is Walter, and then I wrote to him. I was like, "Oh, I want to install this thing, but then it's not working in a very childish way possible.
Right.
Like imagine a child texting you, right? So he replied. He was like, "Oh, like this can't work. Even in the most powerful Linux distro at that time, you need like some certain plugins, directors. Like very. I don't want to go into that talk, but like in order to run the Windows, in my head I was like, okay. Basically, what he's trying to tell me in the most nicest way possible that it's not possible. So, okay, cool. So, but I was still very interested in gaming, right? Which is, what that age would be interested in. So, what I now did was, again, very interesting. What I now did was, at that time, while I was playing GTA 3, there was one before the Vice City. It's 3, right? The GTA people here. Not San Andreas, that one is for new people. There's GTA 3 before Vice City. Or something like there was one before Vice City, but like there was one GTA I was playing. So, and then there was another game. At that time, Adobe Flash games were very popular. Like you could play games online. I feel like people are like, what's this guy say? But you can play them online or using Adobe Flash. It was kind of very popular at that time. So basically, you go online, you search. I was playing something called Magical Free Kick. It was very interesting. And I discovered that I was spending a lot of my money, not like my money, but like the money they give me to go and do something.
Right.
Why is that? Whatever. So I was like, oh, I need to solve this problem, right? But I was not thinking at it like, I really need to solve the problem. I was just like, come on, what if I don't get money again? Like, that kind of stuff. So I did some research and then I saw a particular program. I had no idea what it was. It was just written, copied it, ready for like a week while in school. I even brought it to my computer science teacher at that time. Nothing come out. You understand? That's why actually I knew that Nigerian education was just. But again, don't quote me outside of the school. Oh shit! It's recorded, right? Okay. Anyways, so I then discovered that at that point I need to start thinking beyond the classroom. So I downloaded the game and then did some research, and I discovered that that game was written in Python. I didn't know what it was. So I, picked up the first Python. I think it was like Python 2.6 or Python 2.5. Again, ancient of this.
Wow.
Right. So I did the first Hello World, run not like the typical Hello World you do, like I was basically building Windows-based application. So it's not like web or like Windows-based application. So I did the first Hello World on the operation and it worked. Actually, when people say, "Oh, you code first and you hit bug,"
Not you.
as the bad guy, I don't hit bug. So, but it worked. So I was like, this thing is so simple. Wow, awesome, nice. Now it was time now to rewrite that program I cloned. And this was GitHub was still like a very small company at that time. It's very, very small. So I was like, oh, okay. Like, we used to have our own version of version control, but it was not on GitHub. It was very self-hosted at that time. So when I cloned the project, downloaded everything, I was reading the code line by line. So I followed the instruction. Again, open source, very awesome. But the documentation was trash, but I was still following it a little bit. And then the ones I don't understand, I have this good friend of mine called IBM. So we just like do some research. Then started writing the code bit by bit, and then finally beat everything. I didn't test it, bundled it, it became an app, time to run it, error. I was like, wow, okay. So that's how I find my way into the community. What's the most thing that these people will say? I want to say IRC, but most people will not get it. Like some kind of a discourse, Slack channel kind of thing. Who knows IRC? Who have played with IRC before, like a chat? Yeah. But anyways, it was kind of like a discourse platform. So I asked, this is not working. I'm like, I'm using a old version of some dependency that I need to fix. I was like, oh, so when I fixed it, it started running. On the game that I had to play online, downloaded the version, I created a offline version, I wrote an application and it was working.
Wow.
Right to school. I was, in fact,
Performance.
at this point, like, because the program I was running was very integrated in my school. As I became, it cannot even touch me in school. My principal was like, my guy.
Right.
Yeah, I had to choose whether I'm coming to class or not. And this was in junior secondary school. It was so funny. So, and then, but I wanted to share that code. I wanted to share it beyond my school.
Right.
So, because the only way I could share it at that time was through flash drive, copy, paste, copy, paste. You know, and everybody was running. I was like, I was like the content
That
guy.
guy.
I was just like, no, it was crazy. But then I wanted to share the code, and then I reached out to not Walter, like somebody I reached out to at that time. He was like, oh, like we have this app store. So before your Android Play Store and Apple Play Store became a thing, every operating system used to have their own. I think Windows still does, like they have the Windows thing. So each operating system have their own version of their app store. So the operating system I was running does have theirs, which was it was called I can't remember the name again. Yeah, it was called something, but I can't remember. So I was like, oh, I need to share this code. Then someone was like, oh, there's this thing called GitHub. And this was like 2012, 2013. I don't know when I created it, around there. Like this thing called GitHub. I was like, oh, GitHub. Okay, awesome, nice. I registered my first account. I think maybe officially 2013. 2013, then I uploaded the file. It was very at that time there was people were enjoying drag and drop GitHub apps. I was writing terminals, like I had to marry Git with terminal, right? At that time was the documentation at that time that Git has was as if you were reading for PhD. That's kind of documentation, you just don't get it. Right? So after everything, I successfully pushed the code to GitHub and then they cloned it from their own end and then we worked on the project, we bundled it. For the first 3 weeks, 36,000 downloads.
Wow.
First, globally. You understand?
Wow.
So I went from like a school bad guy.
Yeah.
So I remember like a school bad guy to like,
Global bad guy.
And I was in Facebook a lot that time. So like people from different, so the project that Perry mentioned, right? The cool thing about it is like they had deployments in different countries, like over 2 million people at that time were using it in school. So each camp, like just imagine like, your local chapters, right? GitHub or Google, whatever. They were sending me like pictures how they were installing the project, doing webinars. Like, what's going on here? So like that's when I discovered I need this whole thing, and then it started growing up, and then that's how I officially like joined the Sugarland's engineering team. I started like my journey as an engineer, and then before in the same Sugar Labs, then I discovered that I'm more of a community person that I needed to just educate. So yeah.
Wow. He's that guy. Yuma, what was your first job in tech and what did you learn from that experience? Mistakes and all?
Okay. My first job in tech. Well, let me just start by saying, unlike something, me, I joined tech on vibes. I was not intentional about anything because then I recall there was a time I complained to my dad that, I had to cook and it was taking my time and it's just like, just buy food. Send you money, buy food. So I was just on vibes.
Right.
So I did not need to make money. So in 2018, I think, Samson was like, there's an opportunity to work with the River State government. Let's go and teach kids. So that was like my first paying gig, but it wasn't a full-time job. It was just over the summer.
Right.
So in 2020, boredom wanted to wound me. Just like, what am I doing to my life?
Right.
I'm bored. I'm at home. I'm not doing anything. So I applied for a job, AI engineering intern.
Okay.
I got it. Then I started working as an AI engineering intern.
Why you putting quotes?
Because 3 months into the job, he slapped me with one Django project. And I'm like, wait, what? This is back end. I'm supposed to be doing AI engineering, so this is back end. So, yes, I spent 6 months in 2020 working with that company as I had to learn Django a bit to deliver on that project. That was my first and last time. So, so that was really challenging, having to move from using TensorFlow and all the rest. And I'm writing Django.
How do you bring
How?
it?
So it's really important in your career to have like a really supportive team. Because I had like two teammates in Kenya that were really supportive. So once I have questions with Django, they were happy to jump on a call and answer. So after that, I took like a break. That was when I transferred schools because, as I said, what don't wanted to wound me. So I was going to drop out, but well, according to my parents, there's no dropout in this house. So I had to change schools from University of Port Harcourt to Nile University, where I finished from. So after that, I then applied for the job I have now.
Okay.
When I was in my final year, yeah. So I applied to GitHub, then I started working there.
Wow. That's awesome. Wow. I'm this now. So, what was your first job in tech, and what did you learn from the experience?
Okay, my first job was as a technical writer. I started with code, but along the line, I moved into writing more, like sharing what I was learning, Python and Django slash Django. I forgive you. But yeah, so I got the job as a technical writer. Writing is hard, and doing it as a full-time job is even more hard.
Right.
So I always needed to be creative. So that was like a challenge for me. Like it was, and I was working. I got a job in an agency setting, not like a company setting.
Okay.
So we were like the agency was contracting for like so many companies. So I would context switch from writing about from thought leader. I was even writing thought leadership content. From thought leadership to writing technically about the software, writing about AWS. There was
All
nothing I
sorts.
did not write about, right? And so it was a lot of context switching for me. And aside the context switching parts, having that the first job and writing for companies and not just for your own company was really hard, and always having to be creative. The process of writing was interviewing an engineer. Like it was many companies that did not want to write that were our customers.
Okay.
So like I would interview the engineer and drag what they want to see from their head,
Right.
and then turn that into content. It was a very stressful process for me, but I think engaging more with people. I think when I was in that job, I was more active in technical writing space. Now there are a lot of like technical writing communities in Nigeria. There's even Write Docs Nigeria. So engaging a lot with those people helped me navigate technical writing. But I eventually left the job because
Why did you leave?
I was bored. I was tired. Like always being creative. I was like,
It's not for me.
I said no. This money will not kill me, right? So I had to like leave the job because I was like very tired, and then I focused. I used throughout the whole of last year. I focused on open source, like growing a career in open source, and I'm now working as an open source consultant. So yes,
That's awesome. So, so as a technical writer, so I would imagine from that experience, you nailed the concept of communication and how important it is to communicate. So, how did that experience like help you with open source, where you have to like, collaborate a lot and communicate as well? So, can you touch on how both jobs like, kind of link together, how one helps the other? No?
yeah, and before I got the job as a technical writer, I was in open source already. Like I was doing it, so I already understood that flow of collaboration, right? And then doing the job, it kind of like helped me communicate effectively. Like the whole process to write then in my previous company was you have an editor, a technical editor, and then you have two editors, a technical one and a non-technical one. So the technical editor will give feedback on your technical language, and then the non-technical editor will give feedback in marketing concerns. So there was a whole loop of feedback. So that communication helped me, with open source, because I also did like documentation things in open source projects as well. So it kind of like helped me.
All right. So one final last round of questions, and this is like for the GitHub stars. So how can someone become a GitHub star, and what advice would you give them? Anyone out here looking out to be one, they will go to the Q&A session.
Okay. So GitHub star, there's no, there's really no pattern to become a GitHub star per se. But what I would advise for people that want is building publicly. So if you have heard all of the stories of everybody here, you see that it wasn't easy for them, like to start a career in tech. But building publicly, putting out, like if something developed that program, and he just kept it in to himself,
right?
It would, people would not download it. Yeah.
True.
So when you're building what you're, regardless of how small it is, putting it out in open, you don't know who is watching. Like you can just put out a tweet and somebody from another end of the road reach out to you, like, I'm interested in how you were able to do this. And for people that write here, you have heard where people, articles that you've written, and people say this thing helped me overcome this bug, or this thing you put out there. So building publicly is one, because for GitHub stars, let me not say criteria, but how they look for, what they look out for is, that influence education. You're educating your local community, you're influencing people, and you're inspiring people as well. So those are the kind of things they look out for. And it's an open nomination process. You can go to GitHub stars /nominate, I think, and then you can nominate anybody that you feel like are doing awesome in the community, and then the GitHub team will kind of review, and you have to submit. When they reach out to you that you have been nominated, it doesn't just end there. You have to like submit your open source contributions, what you've been doing. So it doesn't just end there. You become a GitHub star. So, and then when you submit those nominations, they go through, they see your work, they do their research too as well. They look at what has this person been doing, how has this person been influencing their local community or where they are, and then when you pass through that hurdle, invite. And there are a lot of perks, a lot of them.
Thank you very much. All right, so now we're kind of like running out of time, so I'll go into the Q&A session from the audience. But before that, I think I won't forgive myself if I posted, or if I moderated a session like this without talking about AI. So everyone, AI taking our jobs, yes or no?
No, it's not. It's not taking our jobs.
All right, awesome. Yuma, what do you think?
It's not taking.
Do you think AI is going to take our jobs somewhere down the line?
I'm not going to speak on that, but what I'll just say is it's an interesting tool. I mean, for my final year project, I did something around AI and embedded systems. So it could be a powerful tool depending on how you use it.
Right.
If you are evil like somebody, I didn't call names, so what's
Right.
I have to be very political, so I can't really say. But I don't. If I've heard a lot of many things will take your job, many things will take your job, right? So I think first tech is very dynamic, so you have to keep changing, right? That means approaching tools. Imagine Copilot. I don't know if you've seen Copilot. The Octoverse. Is it Octoverse? What's it going to do every November? Universe. Right. It was a universe where one of the developers advocate said, "Hey GitHub," okay, just said, "Hey GitHub," and then said something, and then they started coding.
Wow.
So I would say, imagine that time you're in, like maybe somewhere in Lagos. I have to use Lagos, right? Like maybe traffic hits you, and then you don't want to, and then you're using your AirPod as a useful tool, not just put into your ear all the time. You could just, talk to your AI to be writing. And then, like the point is, you just have to be creative with those tools. I don't really know if it's strong enough to like replace a human being. So,
Hey, what do you think?
It's a great area. AI can be very powerful, and people are still building upon it. So, the ability for AI in the next 5 years, it's wild. So but I think it's something that people, a lot of people right now use ChatGPT for their content. So it's like supporting you to be more productive as well. So we can look at it from that angle. But then AI is still developing, and it's actually very, very powerful.
Right. All right, so now questions from the audience.
Um, I'm
let me appreciate the panelists. Thank you very much for the session. They were really interesting, and I gained a lot. And I'm pretty glad to meet Ruth, who I briefly worked with for a course at Shikode Africa. So I have two questions. One for Ruth and also one for Peace. And the first one for Ruth is, were there conscious things that you can note that you did to position yourself for some of the things that you've achieved now in your career? Like specific things that you know that, okay, you thought about before doing?
Okay. Conscious things. I think okay. So I'm more of a community person, right? So I leveraged on the community to build my career. Like every single achievement I've made, every single opportunity I've gotten have come from the community or people in the community. So connecting with you when we like had was from Shikode Africa, right? So like I have leveraged using the community as a tool to learn, like like everything I've learned, from the community. I'm using it as work, as my experience, using it to help others as well, mentor, give give back as I learn to others, using it as my portfolio. Like every single thing have come from like community. So community has been more of my leverage, and secondly, being authentic with what I'm doing. Right, I'm not just doing it because I see someone else doing it. I look at, okay, does this thing appeal to me? Like, what do I see myself? Well, what do I want to achieve with this? Thinking about like it being authentic to my brand, to myself. So those are like kind of like the two things.
Thank you very much. Peace. I have a question for designers. I'm not one, but I mostly see ones on Twitter, and majority are maybe around a case study from a community and maybe like a competition kind of, right? And then maybe people trying to replicate existing designs from applications. So I want to ask that, what's the thought process behind creating designs, like for personal projects, apart from these maybe community challenges or replicating one UI from one app? What personal projects can designers really um, work on, and how to like make research or get that thought process on this? Like compared to software engineering, you could actually create a personal project that is really useful. So something like that for designers.
Um, you know, do you know about female community?
Not so much.
Okay, so they're like, it's like a section in Figma where you see like projects from, it's called community, but then you see like projects from like different people, and people work on like different things. For example, someone could sit down and work on like a design system and then open source it, or and then make it public for like people to come and download it and use it. People work on plugins, so that's like a good side project for designers as well. But all these things are like plugged into Figma. The design tools are also very restrictive, so it makes it a lot difficult for you to like work on projects and be able to be shared for a lot of people to come in. That section of design generally is still opening up internally from all these design tools. I know I've had like a conversation with Figma, and then I think Adobe sometime, and then there's this new open source design to Pimport. So like majority of the design tools are beginning to look into how to open up design processes and make it a lot easier for like designers to like collaborate. So you can work on projects like plugins, you can do design systems, you can even do like, I know Canva has like a lot of templates and stuff. You can do templates of talks on Figma and then share. And then you can even do like a custom font and then get people to share it. You might even get a lot of download and then you want to monetize it. So there are actually like several ways for designers to like work on projects and then open it to the community and also like monetize it in the end of the day.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
So I'm going to take one last question because we're kind of running out of time. For other people that have questions, we're going to like create a Slido thingy where you can ask your questions. We'll get the questions across to the panelists and you get your answers. So I think this is the last question we'll take.
Thank you. Yeah. So thanks for the insightful section. Yeah, my question is majorly about Sugar Labs. So what happened is that I have like I'm interested in like just joining and contributing. Recently, I just discovered they are part of a GSOC, Google Summer of Code, and I started contributing since February to one of the projects, that's the music blog project. So I've submitted my application. So the question I just want to ask is, what if I'm not selected? Probably I'm not selected for the GSOC. Is there any other way to like engage in the community? Like, is there any other things to do just to be part of the community or part of the organization? Yeah.
First, I like your energy. I think the way you're acting is very, very bad. I feel like I could borrow your energy right now. So first, I think it depends on how you look at these things. Like even the Octernship program, Google Summer of Code, anything that is very specific to bringing people. Again, the point is these programs are designed to either link you up with projects or are designed to enable you to be more intentional about some certain things. The reason why Google decided that, oh, we need to have Google of Code or Google Season of Dogs or the one they just killed like 4 years ago called Google Coding, um, again, is because, oh, they know that Google has a lot of influence. That's one. Two, they want to be able, as a company too, they believe in open source, right? Google Search, most of their core engineering stuff is open source. So as a way to give back, but also as a way to help the open source community, is by giving them pipeline of contributors. So that's what that Summer of Code program is designed for. Now, obviously, they pay you, right? Because again, it's just a little bit of the intentionality because Google as a company makes a lot of money on top of open source, right? So that's why they pay you. But again, let's say anything happened in the application, and again, congrats in advance. You can still contribute to the organization because that is what it is. The same step you're even taking, you could even just duplicate that same process and look at, they call it community bonding. Have you started doing that already?
On the Matrix channel.
Sorry?
Is it on the Matrix channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, the period does not, like, they've not started the community bonding period.
Okay.
So I've started dropping some messages on the
Okay,
Matrix channel.
that's cool. So typically, what GSOC is doing is they're teaching you stages of how you interact. Perry talked about as a designer, you just wake up in the morning, you see terminal, and you say, oh, you want this to be as colorful as, I don't know, something, right? But you don't understand the concept of more colors, more CSS, more JavaScript, more heavyweight. So it's no longer lightweight, right? So the point is that if you want to work on any project, it's very simple. Always find documentation. GitHub has made things very easy. Looking at README file to figure out like what are the things I can do. There's contributor.md file in any project. So you look into those things, you can see the ways you can contribute to it. When you've done those things, I always tell people to go do those things first. When you've done those things and you still haven't, or you don't have any idea what to do, or maybe you have an idea, you're just a bit confused, then you go to the metric platform and say, hey, I'm trying to contribute to music blogs. It's not working on my browser. Why? Right? And then somebody can help you. And even that question could even be a contributing factor because people are so intentional about their grains. Like, oh, I need to. Like, someone asked a question about that grain thing somewhere, right? People don't. I mean, there's a kind of a debate going on about that. But the point is, you can still do those things without those programs. Those programs are designed to help you to come into it and stay into it, right? So I used to do something called Google Coding, and then that stopped. I know people that are contributing to open source that came into from Google Summer of Code. I know people that did with Outreachy, right? And of course, in the future, we're going to be seeing stories from the Octernship program or any initiative that is going to be, and of course, Oktoberfest, right? So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Sorry, there's something I want you to clarify. Apart from like, is Sugar Labs an organization that enroll people, like apart from bringing in open source contributors?
So, can you be more specific when you mean enroll? So
Yeah, I mean that enroll like just normal organizations, normal companies that enroll talents to work for them and probably give they pay them.
Yeah, so Sugar Labs is a project, or I would say the right word I would use is not a company, I would say an organization. It is a non-profit organization that is designed to support the entire sugar project, which is a name they somehow discovered 25 years ago that they need to call it that way. So it used to be a project from MIT, like Massachusetts, the university, right? The goal there was to design an operating system that kids are going to use, which is what I was using as a kid. So now that it's now very, very big, they need support, then that's why it's now Sugar Lab, which is the organization around it. So the way you can interact with it, like I said, is you can get paid through their partner initiatives, right? Google is one, which is the sum of code. Two, there's outreach. I don't know if they actively do that. There are other ways. And then sometimes, if you bring up a challenge, like for example, I remember I worked on a very large project in 2017, or late 2017, and the project I worked on was to translate the entire GUI, or in this case, the entire Linux distro, to Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and Pidgin, right? So when I did that, I came up with a scope, project, and then the cost to hire people to do those things. So as far as anything you're doing has a business value, or in this case, a project value to the organization. If they have funding for that, they can do that. Or in this case, you can just contribute like anybody else. Use that contributions as a leverage, and then you can use that and apply for companies, and then you get hired. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just to reiterate, if you have any questions, you can I'm going to create a Slido link where you can ask your questions. We get them across to the panelists and they get your answers. So finally, your social media pages, if you don't have follow-up questions, do we have most reachable one, please?
I would say Twitter, right? I mean, if you want to approach me on Twitter, I always tell people, don't tell me hi. Please. I use God name begging, because when I look at hi, I don't know what to do with hi. But yeah, Samson Buddy on Twitter. LinkedIn, I think I'm beginning to spend weird time in LinkedIn these days, but I would say Twitter is kind of the best place. If you have a direct question you want to ask, I would most likely say it's easy on LinkedIn, because Twitter has this thing where if you're not following anybody, it goes to message requests, and then your message will just die there, right? Except I have to go to that place. So that's why Twitter is a bit field. But again, if there's something specific, you can just add the person, and then like the person can probably look at it.
Let's go, Perry.
I think I'll also say Twitter, but like I'm having a bit of issue with Twitter. I just created like a new account again after my previous one was suspended. I think my username is peace_ojeme, like my first name and then my surname. My DM is currently closed because I'm trying as much as possible for Twitter not to suspend me again. But I'll be opening it up soon. If you can't access my DM, you can just like tweet at me and then I can follow you and then we can have like a conversation via DM.
That's right. Come on.
Yeah, I use Twitter. It's Yomaphobia. Please don't at me. My DM is open. You can send me a DM.
And you use?
Okay, I would prefer Twitter as well. At Kegar Ikegah Ruth. Yeah, so you can
at your DM.
No, not at me. Yeah, you can send a DM. I check message request.
All right. All right. So this has been fun. Like I said earlier, we're about time. We're out of time.
Salim, I have a question for you.
Right. Okay. All right.
I mean, it's only fair that we ask him a question. But I don't have what to ask you. So I'm just going to say, what are you studying? And you said you are GitHub campus training. That means you got accepted into the program and you are going through training.
Yes.
How far gone are you and how do you see the training so far?
Right. Okay. First of all, I'm studying electrical and electronics engineering. Yeah. I'm in my third year, and I'm really interested in AI. Those cool things: AI, robotics, IoT, and everything in between, basically. Yeah, and about the GitHub campus thingy. So I got in August, and turns out I'm still going through my entire training process. Asked me to detail how like creating a community, my plans for the community, and that was really fun. I spent like 4 days trying to get that, and that was all I did for those 4 days. Yeah, yeah, try to like do it, and like because that's like plan ahead for the entire. No, the courses. When I got in at this point, yeah. And it has been really fun actually, and I look forward to stop being a GitHub campus trainee and becoming a GitHub campus expert. So yeah, it's been fun. Thank you very much for the question. All right, so thank you very much to our amazing panelists once again for taking time out from your busy schedules to come here. I'd like to thank the organizers for bestowing me this honor to moderate this session. It's been fun for me. It's been an exciting experience, and I'd like to thank the audience for being such an amazing audience. I imagine you guys have loads of questions, and I'm sorry we couldn't take them. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I don't think those claps show that we really are like we really like that session. I'm not feeling those claps. Okay, great. So after that session, okay, you know what? Let's do the questions first. So I'm going to share the Slido link so that you can ask your question. So give me a second to extend that here. Okay, so you can scan this code. Okay, you know what? Please give me a second. Let me be sure that those on stream here are also seeing this. All right, great. So you can type in your questions. If you like to put in your name, you can also put in your name so we can know it's your question. And so while we wait for our next speaker to come up. By the way, how is everyone doing? Going okay? Are you all fine? Wow, nobody's fine. What's up? How are the sessions been? What do you want right now? Okay. Interesting. No worry, food is coming. Food is coming. It's sure for you. I promise you. If food doesn't reach you, come and meet me. Okay? But then, any questions so far with regards to, let's see, communities? Okay, so the panel session we're having next now is about tech opportunities for students. So, does anyone have anything they would like to hear from the panelists? Anyone? Okay. 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 So let me give it to them. Okay. So while they look through their questions, I think we can move on to the next speaker session. Has everyone gotten the code first? Can I take it off now? You scan quickly so you can ask your questions. Any questions you have for today, just put it here. Not necessarily for just the panelists. You can just keep on putting it here. I'll keep bring it up one more time. But let's move now to next session. So now After having that really lovely panel session with the three GitHub stars and with our education community manager, we now have one more session for one of our stars, which we most definitely have seen on Twitter a lot. His name is Samson Godi, and he's going to come speak to us on this very interesting topic: overcoming challenges as a developer. Overcoming challenges as a developer. Please allow me to introduce him first. Yeah, I want to introduce him. So Samson, like we heard, is a software developer that believes in changing the world. He's an open source advocate, currently maintains Sugar Desktop, while also serving on the board of directors with Sugar Labs and sustaining Open Source Collective as a board member. He also co-founded us Open Source Community Africa, that's Oscar, which is having their event, Oscar Fest, coming up very soon. That's a movement that promotes and educates everything open source within Africa. And he currently consults with the African Union, the International Telecommunication Union, and the United Nations Women to bring more women into technology. Isn't this a boss? One more thing, he started his journey in tech at 9 years old. Mr. Sampson, please come.
Uh, I wanted to use this so I don't have a slide, but I want to just like root. Yes. Okay. Okay. Uh, Good afternoon, everybody. What's happening? Why are we not? What's the energy? Sorry. Food. Don't worry. Don't worry. Food. If I say something that is not there, right? I don't want to. I don't want to put the organizers into the place that they can't leave. But anyways, good afternoon, everybody. Those people that have last minute pull requests on Easter Saturday, how's it going? Both of the other one. The other one is reading on top of ChatGPT right now. That one in my book. It doesn't. Anyways, so I, so I'm sort of going to be talking about overcoming challenges as a developer. So at any given time that I try to be a little bit fast when I'm speaking, because I sometimes do, please, anybody can slow me down and I'll stop. Just like Perry, I don't have any slides, and that is deliberate because I'm sort of beginning to be tired of slides. So I want this section to be as interactive as possible. So I'm going to be asking questions or suggestions, and then we'll just sort of talk about it under 8 minutes, real quick. How many of you here have attempted to contribute to open source? It doesn't have to be successful. Like, you don't have to make your requests, but just you've tried to contribute to open source. Awesome, nice. How many of those contributions were just replacing full stop with comma? Okay, don't be shy, don't be shy, don't be shy. Nice, awesome. You see, there are people there, you don't know what you're going to fix. Fix that to solve a lot of problems. How many of you here are still having pending pull requests being merged? How many of those, how long? Like 5 years, 3 years, 2, 1, 6 months? Wait, somebody said 5 years. Who's the person? How long? You looking at me. The one with glasses. How long has your pull request? 6 months. 6 months. Anybody more than 6 months? Your pull request is still pending. More than 6 months. 2 weeks. Where's 2 weeks, people? No 2 weeks. So if not 1 week. What about the ones they closed? I said, this is very unrelatable. Right? How many persons? They've closed your pull request and say, what are you doing? Okay, nice. Uh, Anyways, I'm going to try to make this talk based on what Ruth mentioned. I think she did a really amazing work on talk around what open source is and how you can contribute. So initially, I wanted to give this talk from a general developer standpoint, but I just feel like I want to have that flow, so it makes it a lot easier. And since many of your questions were very, um, were mostly around how to do this, how to do that. So, as a developer, this also includes non-developers. I see the word non-developer. Anybody can, right? The first thing I would say is being patient, right? So I think most of us here don't. We just like to do things. I don't know what it's Lagos or it's just like I feel like I don't live in Lagos, right? So when I'm in Lagos, I feel like I need to be at least be too fast, which I don't think it's a good thing, but the bad thing was just because of traffic. Right? So that's why I don't really like coming to this town that much. But I love it. Oscar Fest is always happening here. Maybe not. But yeah, I think the first thing is just right, make you understand that regardless of any conflict that's going to be starting with, everybody is a human being just like yourself. So what that means is that you need to put yourself in that person's shoe, depending on if you're wearing size 35, right? And the person's wearing size 45, right? So like you just need to put your feet in the person's shoe first to kind of understand how things work. But then just like any tech career, the chances of you being a mad person is very, very slim. In short, the line is blurred, right? Because the next minute you're probably on a date talking to somebody, and then you just get one idea like, oh, and then whatever the boy or the girl is talking to you about, you're not thinking about whatever they are saying. You're just thinking about, this bug, I need to fix it. There's some people that even carry their laptop to the date. Maybe not in the person's face, maybe like on the side. I'm like, 1 minute. Let me just quickly you understand. I'm saying this because I may not have done that, may or may not have done that at some point. But the thing is, you're creative, right? So that means that you're always going to be having multiple ideas at odd hours. So meaning that your work-life balance at that point makes it worse. Now, I think another thing to think about is after the pandemic, because there was some sort of remote in the world at that point, but I would say remote culture became very intentional after 2020. Right? Most people started getting jobs. Companies that were not um, there, that were very focused in regions, started hiring from multiple places. In fact, Oscar Fest 2020, um, we got a lot of people come back and say, hey, like I came to the event, I got this developers advocate job. Some of the sponsors that were there, they gave me this offer and it was nice. The salary was nice, and then they rush and go and buy their MacBook and they'll come and be broke shaming the Windows people, the unfortunate Windows people. You understand? And just be oppressing people anyhow. You understand? But then the interesting thing is, just like the question they asked, which was, if AI was a threat, is at the end of the day, regardless of the existence, right, tech is always going to be there. So first, you need to sort of like slow down. So I'm a person where I personally, you don't have to take this. I personally don't plan too much in every year. When people wake up 31st night, maybe depending if you're a church person, you're just like, I need to be very serious in my life today. Some people open Trello board, and maybe anything, just like January, 2 projects. February, buy MacBook. March, first job. No, not first job first. 2 internship, then first job. At least I know that by December, I'm a senior engineer. How it happened, nobody cares. But the goal is in 12 months, I want to be a senior engineer. Right? Like we come up with this crazy amount of things. Because maybe on Twitter, you probably may have seen Ruth talking about how, she just came out from university and then the next thing, boom, she got a job. I'm like, wait, how would this Ruth self? I even thought past Ruth self. Like, what's going on?
I need to be able to. And then the next thing, you're planning, you're literally planning and planning and planning, and then you're like, oh, more tech is hard, or more this one is this or this one is that. Because one thing that you do, and when you don't, if you're not very intentional about it, is that you some sort of at some point look at the surfaces of people's journey, and then you'd be like, I mean, what's here that I can't do? And then the next thing you're planning, but then you're not necessarily seeing the years. So, for example, the reason I don't really like talking about how I would have been in the tech industry is because while it can be an advantage, it can also be a disadvantage. The way I look at years of experience as a hiring manager of people that have been in tech is years of experience might be a good thing, but it can also be a bad thing, right? You can be building Hello World projects for I just put one course language I wanted to figure out right now. You can be building a Hello World project for 13 years. What if I'm building a Hello World project for 13 years or 14 years? Be like, somebody tweeted, tech bro. I've been building Hello World for 13 years, but that means that can I successfully build a product? No, right? Can I be am I even fit to be a software engineer? No, but I've been building prints, Hello World or console.log, and it's like you get the point. Like I'm doing this every year, just every year. Maybe as part of the goal, I want to write 2 projects to go and buy domain name from GoDaddy to launch one killer startup, and then just write Hello World, and then you leave it and say, come on, let me go and look for that thing to work on, maybe digital marketing or influencing work, or these days TikTok. You understand? And then when Sapa don't hit you, you now go back again and say, this company just reached 2.5 million. I need to build a startup. In fact, let me ask a question here. How many of you here are currently building a startup? You don't have to be shy. Who knows, your investor might be close to you. How many of you are building a startup right now? A killer startup right now? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Why you shy? Raise your hand. Awesome. You see, somebody's building startup. People here are building startups. Now, that's kind of the cool thing about tech, right? You have a wild imagination of thoughts, and the thing about tech is that you also are enabled with tools, laptops, multiple ways to bring those ideas into life. Sometimes you don't even have to build the ideas. Like you can just bring up, you don't have to build on top of it, rather. You can just come up with an idea, meet your friends that are engineers, and then they build on top of it. Then next thing you're a CEO, and then next thing you raise money, and then you're now the founder, you're now on Twitter, sharing your opinion about who they should hire and who they should not hire, right? Whether they need to hire interns or they don't need to hire interns. This Twitter drama now. So, but then the cool thing about these things is that, again, you have access. Sometimes I think, or how many of you think that you need to have a mentor to get a first job? Like when I mean mentor, I'm talking about conventional mentor. Like I need roots to hold my hands, show me the road to have your first job. Just you don't have to be shy. You don't have to raise up your hand. Okay. People are raising up their hands already. Some of you believe that you need a mentor to read. You can raise up your hand. Yeah. And I'm not going to say, oh, that's a bad approach, right? It's a very dynamic approach, right? Meaning that it's there for you to decide how you want to do it. Some people don't believe in those things. You can have a bad mentor and that could be terrible for your career. You just rather just stick to yourself. And the way I also approach things is that, in 2023, there are a lot of informations out there. So basically, all you just need to do is to understand how to Google. In fact, there's even ChatGPT now. Just ask questions. I'm not saying you should do copy and paste. Don't do that. On the camera, don't do that. Do you understand? But the point is that you have tools out there that can make your life easy. There's GitHub Copilot, meaning that all you just need to do is just to put the right comment and it's build for you. Soft life. You don't even need to think too much. I know a friend that doesn't know Python but use Copilot to build projects just by putting the right comment, and Copilot does the work and the magic. If the person is confused, the latest Copilot right now can sort of give you more context and definition per line, code structure. Makes it a lot easy. You're here in the GitHub program. These things are there. You don't have to come to somebody's DMs and say, oh, this, because at the end of the day, now think about it.
currently, maybe I'm not even the right person to say this, but currently, I probably have like maybe over 5,000 followers on Twitter, right? Now imagine every single person sending me a DM about how to contribute to open source. And not in a way that I'm going to answer the question easily or maybe point to resources, but rather like, oh, I want you to show me. Now imagine I'm getting that request from 5,000 people in an hour. What do you think is going to happen to me? Burnout. And the burnout is because maybe I like the community. I like to invest in the community, like I always say, right? And I would want to answer those questions. Sometimes I might do it smartly, right? Again, maybe 5,000 people ask me one type of question, maybe similar questions. What is the best thing to do? Write an article about it and share it. Like if you've noticed a common thing, like somebody's telling you, oh, how do I do this? How do I do this? Instead of you to be replying them all the time, just like, yo, write an article about it. There's hash node. You can even write on GitHub, like there's the, you can use README as a way to write articles. I know a friend, Prosper Temiwa, has awesome articles. Has awesome articles on GitHub, right? So there are multiple ways you can do that. You can use Twitter trend. You can like, oh, this is the most common questions I keep getting, and then you address it. And you know one cool thing about this kind of articles, especially when you're looking for jobs, you're writing a particular code. The code is showing you Shege for like 6 months or maybe 2 weeks, depending, and then you somehow solved it. Instead of you to just accept your win and just go to the next project, why not write about it? You know, you don't have to do videos about it. Like, oh, I ran into these things. I figured this is the thing, and then you share it. Trust me, those articles there are going to be the reason why you're going to get your first job. But then, since we're talking about work-life balance here, is making sure that you're working smartly. So instead of you to be replying people's DM on a particular topic all the time, why not just write an article about it? I need to take my advice. Yeah, I really need to take this advice because I used to do it when I stopped. But the point here is that by doing so, you're giving back to the community, which is in this case, you're answering the question in the public, you're sharing it publicly, but then you're also growing. There are multiple things I've done or written, emails that I've written like years. When I go back there and look at the emails, I'm like, wait, let me write this thing. And I start laughing. Maybe the choice of words or my sentences or anything I was asking, or maybe something I think that in today is very, very dumb. I just laugh about it. And that's why it's called growth. Right? You grow. You can't grow when there's no evidence publicly. Like if you how would you assess yourself? How many of you have a full-time job, like you're working for a company that does some kind of a 360 review process? Or how many of you knows what that review process looks like? There's nobody here with a job. What's going on? What's happening? Okay. So basically, right, in corporate companies, one cool thing about jobs is that when you getting a job is not the problem. I mean, it's the problem now, actually. Getting jobs, in my opinion, is the least of your problem. You can lie your way into the job. You can go into the system, hack the system, read all the right question, ask people for past questions, just like how you do in school, right? Like just want to beat the system. Now, when they give you the job, now imagine you've never written any line of C before, but somehow you know how to talk. It's like, have you written C? I was like, yes, I have. I was the one that invented these things, and you have a backup. Maybe you want to go and clone a project and put it in your GitHub. I see you. You know, people do crazy things, and then they give you the job like, Tony, senior, no senior these days, very staff software engineer or principal software engineer. When they give you that title, you're just like senior man. You're not even talking to your junior people anymore. Just like, I'm a principal. And then the next thing, it's time to work on the project. Yes, you're going to say, there's ChatGPT now, there's Copilot, there are things that can help me. But the cool thing is, if you think about those things, it's not even about yourself anymore. It's about like how effective you're doing those things. Because when a company wants to retain you on that job, because again, they have to retain you or they want to promote you, there's something called review. Companies normally do 360 where the direct manager will review you, you review your manager, and then you would you also be interviewed or be reviewed by your peers, like people you mostly work with. And then you review yourself. Now, the most difficult part is reviewing yourself. They'll be asking you, oh, what do you think you've accomplished in the last 6 months? you'll be like, huh. You probably will not know. Like I'm a sucker for writing about myself or talking about myself because there are chances that I will not talk about 70% of what I've done, right? So imagine you're somebody that likes writing. You don't have to be a writer. I'm not saying you need to know the best language. Like you need to be very good. You need to study linguistics. You need to understand how to structure language. In fact, to be honest, nobody cares about the way you speak. Because if you think about it, there's about 9 to 10 versions of English language. Till today, in fact, I remember when I went to Facebook office in London sometime, the team of the office, the design language of the office was literally mocking the American English because to the locals in the UK, they don't understand most of what Americans are saying. Now, when you now go to the America, you'll be saying, you're just saying like, what's like okay, the bottle of water, for example, like what is that? Why are you stressing yourself just to say water? You know. So the point here is that communication is not the way we say it. In my own opinion, I think that as a Nigerian, you even have an advantage in between these two markets because one, yes, we were colonized by the British people, meaning that depending on how close you are in school, your written English will probably be British, right? Except maybe your school is a bit flexible. But the point here is that with your influence and your education and your background, there are chances that you're going to be talking or writing both. So that gives you an edge compared to when you're just in your shell. So by writing, using tools to help you to guide, like one of the popular tools I use and most people I know use, it's called Grammarly. You can switch context. You can switch from, if you want to force yourself to write British, you can do that. If you want to force yourself to write US, you can do that. And then there are things like ChatGPT now that could even help you to review. But the point here is that you need to be writing because one thing about writing is that when you go back, you can now see where to improve. It's very, very simple. I know I'm almost out of time. So I want to give room for like 2 questions around people's problem, I would say challenge. Or what do you think as a developer? Or like what's your biggest factor? It could be both in and out of open source. It doesn't have to be open source. I see you. You can use it.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the insightful session. So, my question is a little bit personal. Based off the fact that you're going to take a little bit early from like your 9 year old. I got into tech like 3 years ago, approximately, and it's actually been really stressful. I've been having difficulties with managing my social life, right? And seeing someone that started so early, how are you able to, maneuver these things? And the fact that you got exposed to, some form of fame early, based on the fact that you had 36,000 downloads on your first program. I mean, it got more serious from there. So, how do you manage relationships?
So I would start by again going back to experiences. I personally, I'm not necessarily a fan of like, oh, I'm 10 years in this or I'm 20 years in this. That's why I try as much as I can to bring up those experience. Because, like I said, there's always two sides of the coin. Now you're seeing that you're battling with a under 4 years experience, which in my opinion is a lot of years, right? Because things change. Now in a scenario where I started a couple years ago, right? And then I'm writing a particular program, let's say Python, right? 'Cause that's what I know. And for some reason I stuck. I think it was not until 2020 they discontinued, or in this case they stopped supporting Python 2. right? 2020, 2019. Now imagine for some reason they didn't discontinue, right? And their Python 2 is still there. And then I get stuck writing Python 2 because I like Python 2. Or maybe because of the whole, I've been old, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe in all this new whatever. I just want to stick to what I was doing. What's going to happen is that I'm going to be absolute. Pretty simple, right? Like, companies want to be fast. They care about security. Python 3 would give them that. Python 2 would not because, there are a lot of vulnerability in the way you probably would write a code. So basically in a job interview, between me and you, for example, you're writing Python 3, under 3 years of experience, and Python 2, 10 years of experience. Depending on the company, you probably would be a better fit than me. Because yes, why I would be good with writing the code, you probably have the skill that are very relevant and very secure because no company would, in their right senses, hire somebody that will cost them money. I'm referring to vulnerability here. So just giving you those contexts shows that while you're old or you're young, you both have struggles. Like you talked about fame. There's sometimes that there's a particular year I was just spending a lot of time on Twitter, just bantering, just any smart I want to catch crews. And now, like, I don't even have anything on my body because at this point I'm just like, you know what? I just want to just chill. You get? And chilling is not like, oh, like I'm in the right place in my career. No, it's like I may have gotten to the point where I don't feel like I'm growing anymore because again, I've been there for a while. So what that means is that I'm probably still asking myself the tough question: do I still want to continue the tech thing, or I've gotten to the point where I feel like I'm no longer growing anymore, which is very common for people that are very old. I know people that want to retire. In fact, me, I want to retire when I'm, yeah, like I want to retire in a certain age. Which when I share it to my friends, they'll be like, "Wait, people start their career here, proper, and then you want to retire there?" Now, those thinking, there's nothing. It's just showing that me and you probably have a different timeline. Now, in terms of the challenges, like I said, I could have an ego, which is very common for older people. I can have an ego and decide not to give in to new stuff. Right? It's very, very common. Like especially in the open source world, you have a clever way of making something shorter, faster, and safer. Good idea. You just refresh from people. So have a very nice way of making this thing work faster. But then engineer will be like, in fact, your age is my years of experience, right? So you cannot come and be telling me that, like, what do you know? You get it? And in today's world, nobody, again, comes from different words. Nobody's going to hire anybody that is not willing to collaborate. And then another thing you also need to understand by wrapping up the question here is when I started and how you started was a very different times, right? To be honest, I actually prefer now because now there's a lot of information. I was facing, what is the discrimination around age again? What do they call it? Obviously, there's the age part where like, oh, you need to watch what you say. There's energy. You probably just say something, or maybe somebody annoys you because you're so young. You want to like, throw words out. There's that one. Then there's obviously the experience part. Then there's obviously a lot of things that you need to focus on. But now, in fact, companies these days try as much as they can not to even talk about age. So meaning that they just focus on your skills. And now you have, imagine when I was learning with ChatGPT or maybe I was learning with Copilot, like before, in order to contribute to a project, you clone an entire project itself, the dependency. That's why you need like a very resource hungry laptop. Like you need like, that's why people are arguing about MacBook or whatever. Like you need a lot of things. But now you don't even have to. If the project people are very intentional, they use GitHub Copilots. It's very simple, or code spaces in this sense, right? All you just need to do is just like on your tablet, right? You just click open with code spaces. Code spaces will go scan through the instructions or anything that they've given, and then download the dependency for you, and you're solving your problem instantly. Now, how you contribute to those takes days to understand what dependency you're just doing it in a click of your internet, whether using Google or MTN. You get me? So yeah, so that's kind of the way I would approach those things. There's not necessarily an advantage. Maybe context help, but I wouldn't see it as a disadvantage that much that I want to like be putting myself in a position where I need to be like I need to be building 17 things in a year to be good. Yeah, that's just my opinion anyways. You don't have to take it. So I think I would sort of like wrap up. There are ways that you can ask questions more. But yeah, thank you very much for coming to my tech talk. I hope it's not boring. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Samson. We really appreciate your insights and talk. I hope we have all been able to pick up one or two things from his talk. I personally have learned a lot from what Samson has discussed so far. I know what we've heard so far might be a little intimidating for those of us just starting out in tech, but our next session is supposed to, should I say, remedy that for you. Our next session is about tech opportunities for students, and we will be having, everybody knows him here, his name is Anthony Akpan, but we call him Chromate. Anthony is a senior front-end developer at NapoRad, a GitHub campus expert, and the GDSC lead for Unilag. Please give your hands up. Next, we have Adetomiwa Adesonya. He's a software engineer, and he's an ex-Google, ex-Facebook employee. Please welcome Adetomiwa Adesonya. Next, I would like to call upon Oluwatosin Mofikoya. She is an ex-Amazon intern, and I have recently learned she's going back there now, so please take me with you. And we have Zainab Idris, product designer within India, SWE Unilag lead, and GDSC Unilag design team lead. And finally, moderating this session will be Olayinka Atobiloye, software engineer, ex-Goldman Sachs, MLH fellow, GitHub campus expert Unilag. Please, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you again. Nice to be talking again. So, yeah, before we start, before we start, I would just like mention that briefly that I personally know all of them here. So, pardon me if like sometimes I'm talking a little bit like I'm familiar with them and their journey and all. So, yeah. So I will start with the beginning. Let's start from the very beginning. So I'd like to direct this question to Tomiwa. So, Tomiwa, what inspired you to pursue a career in tech, and how did you get started?
I started tech in 2018. Like the first line of code I wrote was in 2018, and it started because of the ASU strike. I was in, I think, 100 level, and I was like very bored, and I wanted to like do something really technical and just do something that would make me feel like I was smart or something like that. So I didn't have a laptop at the time, so I just picked up my phone. I went on YouTube, and I think I searched for a video on programming, and the video was about how to learn how to code or something, or ways to get into programming or things that programming does. And the one that caught my interest was about game development. So I learned that for game development, you need to learn Java at the time. So I started coding with Java on my phone. At the time, it was very, very, very plain, and it was like very hard to understand, like all of those for loops and stuff. But I just kept on pushing and learning stuff. So yeah, that was how I got into tech.
Interesting. I think like during the ASU strike, when I was bored, the only thing I did was either read Wattpad or watch K-dramas. So seeing that someone was bored, and the next thing they thought of was to actually go on YouTube and learn something that would actually, be valuable to their life. Is so impressive for me. And I know that you are also very well involved with tech. I mean, you've had like a couple of internships, you have like side jobs, you have volunteer roles. So, and many of us here are students. And me personally, I'm struggling. So I would like to know, how do you balance your coursework with all this extracurricular stuff that you're doing, learning, GSA, landing your internship, doing all of these things, and none of this is actually suffering?
I'll say uni is mostly about time management. So instead of playing with my classmates after class and just chilling with them for an hour or so, I try to allocate my time very well. Know the time I'm spending studying, know the time I'm spending doing extracurricular activities, know the time I'm spending hanging out with friends. And it's just discipline in being able to juggle everything. So if I have a test, I wouldn't prioritize preparing for, I don't know, or if I have a deadline programming wise, I'll prioritize that over just reading for school casually. And if I have an interview, I'll prioritize that over. So if I have a test, I'll prioritize that over work. And then if I have just picking my priorities, I'm knowing what is important to me at that time, what's very important, what's urgent, and what's necessary.
Yeah. So time management, making sure you're setting your priorities right, and really focusing on what is actually urgent at that particular time. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. Yeah, this next question will be directed to Anthony. So Anthony, I know that you've worked at many startups. I've seen your CV. It is very impressive. You can ask him to drop it after so that you'll be inspired. And we are in the same class. And he's so well ahead of me. He's my boss. I'm always going to him for help. So I want to ask, you've landed all of these, roles and opportunities. So I want to ask, what strategies do you use to stand out during the application and interview process for all these opportunities at all these tech companies?
So concerning strategies, I got the role. Let me get the question again. Let me try it first.
Okay, what strategies did you use to stand out during the application and interview process for, all these opportunities that you've landed?
Okay, so concerning standing out, firstly, do not mention you're a student. Companies do not want to hire students. My current
So we should lie.
Do not lie. Do not just mention you're a student. My current role, they did not discover I was a student like 4 months into. And they found out basically I was in a class and they were calling for stand up and I was like, ha 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 ha. And then they were like, what are you doing? Like, you are doing a full-time job. You should be available for stand up. And I was like, I'm in class. And they were like, they don't understand. And I had to start explaining, okay, I'm a student. And kind of pissed, but I delivered 4 months constantly. And there was no reason for them to like actually, fire me. So I'm still working there. That's my parade. Also standing out. Most of the time, like, I do not think I did anything unique. I think you guys should just build more confidence in your interview process. I've seen a lot of people take interviews. You guys are usually like people have mentored. My mentees, they are usually scared because of I don't know. Believe you are students. I've seen most students that are very very good and like they lack self confidence. I believe you guys had more confidence in yourself and you can vouch for your work. You're not just copying and pasting. You know what you're actually doing. Then you should be able to compete with other developers and other graduates and you should be able to get the role. So confidence, not making sure you're a student, and having a very good track record, like of projects and stuff, that would make you stand out.
So basically, you mentioned that we should be confident. So even regardless of the fact that you're a student, I mean, you have worked on all these projects and you did it using your brain, right? Using your abilities. So do not let, it's sort of like what Samson mentioned earlier, and really basically all our speakers. Don't let imposter syndrome, stunt you. Just believe in yourself, be more confident, and push forward. Thank you so much for sharing that. So I'm going to go to Zainab. So, Zainab, I would want to ask you that how important do you think having a strong online presence, maybe a GitHub profile, a Behance profile, Dribble profile, LinkedIn profile, or a personal website, how important do you think they are when it comes to landing opportunities at tech companies, big tech companies?
I I have never none of the jobs I have or gigs I've gotten have been through online. It was more through friends, tight circles. So I don't think so. But
I do know people who have gotten jobs from Twitter, people reaching out to them because they put themselves out there, their jobs, their profiles. Maybe they designed something or they did something, and people reach out and be like, oh, are you interested in something? So I think it's important, but if you are not an online person, you can still get opportunities without being so much online. But if you can, I would advise you to have an online presence.
All right, thank you. So, just to iterate back on what she said, so the role she has gotten, she got it because people referred her. And for people to have referred her, that means people actually knew that she does what she does, right? So that means you need to be more vocal about your work. You need to let your close network know that you do what you do. And like she mentioned, she knows people that have gained opportunities just by being active, posting being proud of their work and posting them online. So please, share your work, show off your work. Don't just put the code or the design on your laptop, please. Nobody is coming to check it on your laptop. Thank you so much, Zainab. So yeah, I'm going to go back. So this question is actually meant for both Tomiwa and Tosin. So yeah, so Tomiwa has interned at both Google and Facebook. So I want to know, okay, first of all, would you tell us, how you even got to find out about this opportunity? Because, most people, yeah, we have it's the sort of intention that, the sort of mindset that, it's not possible for us here, from Nigeria, from Africa, from Unilag, to actually, land such big global opportunities, especially when you are competing with people from Harvard, from Oxford. You get what I mean? So, can you tell us how you found out about the opportunity? What actually inspired you to, apply despite, that kind of mindset and all?
So the story started like I was always doing like backend stuff, JS and stuff. And it kind of got really boring. And I felt like I was not learning much as a programmer anymore. And I wanted to sharpen my coding skills and get better at programming actually. So I stumbled upon DSA, that's data structures and algorithms. So I took a course on it. But at the time, I didn't even know they used to use it to get into Google, Facebook, or whatsoever. Then on LinkedIn, I saw a family friend. His title on the LinkedIn profile was incoming software engineer at Google. Then I was surprised. I was like, which Google is this? And it was like, yeah, the
Is there any other Google aside to what I know?
because it was also a computer science student here in Unilag. And I was like, so you can actually get a job at Google? And it was like, yes. And I said, how did you get it? And he mentioned the DSA stuff. And I was like, wow, so I've been doing this. So how do I even go about it? Then I learned about lead code and stuff like that. So that was when I thought it was possible to get all of these offers, and I started aiming for full-time offer, not even the internship at the time. So I started doing lead code every day, like solving problems, solving questions and stuff. And I think after like 200 questions, I was actually solving my phone because I didn't have a laptop. So after like 200 questions, I kind of got, I felt like I was ready for interviews, right? So I applied for roles. No, I didn't apply for roles. Yeah. So a recruiter reached out at Bloomberg, and it was like
Sorry, through what platform?
on LinkedIn.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So
So
you
my
have-
LinkedIn was always active. Yeah, I was always updating with my achievement and stuff. So the recruiter reached out and she was like, "We have this full-time position for software engineering full-time position in London," and I didn't tell her I was a student. I just said, "Okay, I'm going to apply." Then I got the invite for the phone screen. So yeah, I did the phone screen. I passed it. I did the on-site. I passed it, and the next round was the system design round, and I had no idea what system design was all about. So I failed it. So that was like the third stage. So I failed it, and yeah. Then after failing it and dealing with the rejection, I think a week after, a recruiter at Facebook then reached out. Apparently, I had applied, but I forgot that I applied like 4 months after. Then she reached out and was like, "We have this opportunity for you, and we'd like to invite you for an interview." Oh, no, she first asked me some questions like my visa status and everything. So I answered the questions, and yeah, I got invited for the phone screen. I passed it. The on-site, I passed it. Then I got the offer. So yeah, the first time I knew it was possible was because of my friend. And the reason why I got into DSAs was because I wanted to sharpen my coding skills and get better. So that was the whole journey to farm, they say. Yeah.
Okay, so if there's anything I've been picking up from Tomiwa's responses is that he's a very curious person. Because I don't know how you can mistakenly stumble upon DSA without knowing that you're actually, the only time I found out about DSA was when I wanted to start, preparing, actively for this opportunity. So the fact that he, found out about it earlier on, just being curious. So, I think that is something that we can also take away from this, be more curious, be more, try and learn more. Don't settle. There's always more things to learn. Always try and learn as much as you can. And yeah, so I'm going to pass this next question to Tosin. So, Tosin, yeah, can you also tell us briefly about how you found out about the Amazon opportunity?
Okay, so I'm in computer science, and a couple of our seniors used to intern. I think our orientation, they told us about internship opportunities at Goldman Sachs, and one of them went to my secondary school. So after that, I just met her up, and then she told me the whole process, how it is, and she was very encouraging about the whole process. So she practically held my hand through applying to all these type of companies, and my first interview was a Facebook interview. A recruiter reached out to me as well, but I didn't pass the interview because I wasn't studying DSA then. And then after that, I became better. And I reached out to Tomiwa when I got the interview, I think. And then he tried to help me around, but I still didn't do well in the interview. And then I had the Amazon interview, and then I got that.
Oh, thank you. So I have to ask this question because you guys have been saying recruiter reach out to me, and nobody has reached out to me. Oh. Never in my life. So please, you guys, I want you to share what is it that you are doing that I don't know of that is making them reach out to you guys.
So for me, I think my LinkedIn was like very active, and I was constantly keeping it up to date, and I was like connecting with people who worked at those companies. And I think when you connect with people who work at those companies, like the recruiters have like a higher chance of seeing your profile, then they reach out to you. So yeah, my LinkedIn was always active pretty much because it was not GitHub, it was not Twitter, it was nothing, just LinkedIn.
So guys, please keep your LinkedIn active. And like you said, any company that you are interested in, try and send connection requests to employees that actually work there so that their recruiters get to see you. Thanks so much for sharing that. Tosin, you want to share yours? How do recruiters, how do you maintain that profile for them to reach out to you?
Yeah, LinkedIn as well. But I also think like if you apply to opportunities, so if you apply for an opportunity now and they reject you, there's like an option of them having your CV or your profile in the system. And I think they look at that sometimes, so they can just shoot you an email based on like a previous application and then move on from there.
So I think the other way to get like an interview at these companies is like through referrals. So if you know an employee who works there, although they won't just refer you if you don't prove to them that you are good enough for the interviews. So you can just reach out to them and show them like your lead code profile or code forces or whatever, and just tell them that you want to interview for so role. Then they put your referral in internally for the role, and most likely the recruiter is going to see it, but it doesn't guarantee that you get the interview. That's basically what the referral is all about.
All right, thank you. So I hope that you guys have learned something. If you are targeting working at big tech companies, especially against next summer, please use all these tips. They've landed roles at big tech companies, so they know what they are saying. So please make sure you note that. So this next question is for Tosin. So Tosin, you are currently working as a product designer, yeah? And actually, a lot of us when we're just starting out, for Tosin, sorry for Zainab. Sorry. Yeah, for Zainab. And a lot of us, when we are just starting out, we don't have, any internship or any sort of experience to put on our CV to even make us, stand out. So what are those things that you do to stand out in your application aside from the traditional internships or jobs on your CV?
I think you should try building something with your friends. Find other designers, developers, then come together, get an idea, and build something. It can be something small. Maybe you want to do a small budgeting app or a to-do list or something, just to show that you can collaborate, you can work with people, you have soft skills as well as the hard skills. And you might not launch it, but you can still do a project on it, post it on Twitter, your LinkedIn, and show that, okay, we did this, and people will see it. You might not get reactions now, but people are seeing it, and it will pay off eventually. Then also, you should try reaching out to people, CEOs of small startups, maybe on
Angel list, it's now well found, and you can just shoot them a mail and say, not a mail, but I think there's a way to send a message to them and be like, oh, I'm interested in your company. You have to read up on the company, by the way. I'm interested in your company. I saw what you did. I would like to work here. Do you have any opportunities available? Maybe an internship or something. And people will actually, some people will ignore, but people will get back to you and be like, oh, okay, we don't have anything now, but can we reach out to you later? You say, sure. Some people say, oh, we have something now, but it's not paid. Still take it. It's a plus on your resume. On it. Just like you have work experience, you get to experience things like that, especially if it's an abroad company, because then you get to say, okay, I've worked with people who are not just from my company or my culture, I've worked with other people. So
Yeah,
yes.
thank you so much. So I think that one thing that was really crucial for me in what she said was that you should collaborate with people. Don't work solo. Work with people to build projects so that as you are building your art skills, you are also building your soft skills. And another thing she mentioned was, code. She mentioned code mailing people because you are just starting. You probably do not have much experience, so you can just mail them and try and pitch yourself to them. So she mentioned that you can mail them, especially abroad companies, and try and tell them and try and convince them, why you think that you are worthy of being granted that opportunity. Thank you so much, Zena, for sharing that. Tosin. Yeah, so this next question is for Anthony. So Anthony is a very confident person because I know him. I know, like, he just talks, sometimes he just texts anyhow. Like, he meets someone, he doesn't hesitate to reach out to them to, apply for roles and all of that. So I think I want to direct this question at you. So the question I want to ask you is, what advice do you have for students who may be hesitant to apply for internships or other opportunities at tech companies due to imposter syndrome or lack of confidence?
So, first thing I was going to say today is, first, imposter syndrome is normal. But I think if you believe in your skills, you should not really be getting that imposter syndrome. Ask yourself, am I really an imposter? And why am I feeling this way? If you have put in the time, you have put in the effort, you've done the work, you should be able to convince yourself why you should apply. Secondly, there is applying blindly, and there's actually like choosing the applications you want to apply to. Starting out, I would advise people to apply blindly. It sounds counterintuitive, but I would advise people to apply blindly. Apply everywhere. Apply to Google, apply to Twitter, apply to Microsoft. Oh, Twitter's taking the yeah, Dodge guy. Apply to Microsoft, apply to all the companies. I used to apply like a lot. I wrote the scripts for LinkedIn applications. I used to write scripts to make applications. I was not really tracking it. I was just applying like a lunatic. Most likely not going anywhere. But yeah, that's that. Just apply. Try your luck. You most likely might get something. And secondly, there's no reason for you to be feeling like an imposter. You should ask yourself why you are feeling like that. And if you can't convince yourself, speak to somebody else that knows you, somebody that's seen your work, and ask them if you can apply for this job, or someone seen you and ask them if you can apply for this job. If you won't tell yourself to apply, maybe somebody else will tell you. And probably that would be what will convince you to apply.
So in summary, Tony is like, if you can't self-validate, seek external validation. Just make sure that you get the go ahead to actually apply for these roles. And just to add to what I said from my own personal experience, I think that sometimes we tend to self-reject where you're like, oh, I'm not capable enough. I remember when I wanted to apply for the Goldman Sachs internship last summer, I was not going to apply actually. I was not going to apply. I was so sure I was not going to apply because I was like, oh, I didn't have the skill. I was not good enough. There were probably tons of others who were better than me. But fortunately, like Tony said, one of my friends convinced me to apply, and which was why I applied. And yeah.
That's so you guys are my classmates. Salim is my classmate. These guys are actually very good. They are first class, 5 points, highest in the class. So they got in like first time they did their Goldman Sachs. That was Inka's first time. I was surprised because Inka was like she apply, she shouldn't apply, but she got in and that was very impressive. My first full-time job, I did not start. Okay, I did not have like a normal career path. I did not start out as an intern. I never did any internship. I never did any junior role. I started out as an intermediate, and I probably because I was just applying like from And then when I actually, they put me in charge of a project. And normally, like, if I just, oh, I've not got a full-time job, I'm not doing that, most like to this project. And actually, they said I'm on like the, um, based on my work experience and what I've done, I'm one of like the most qualified persons. So they put me in charge of the project. In fact, I was right before like 6 months, I was in charge of 2 projects in the company. It started in next year. And um like, and then I started to learn like a lot. Just put your head down and learn. And I was delivering. Then the same attitude I also used to start applying for senior roles. And I was passing the interviews. And I was also delivering in these senior roles. So if you check my timeline, like from when I started to when I actually became a senior, because technically on my resume I'm a senior front-end developer, it's actually very short. And that was because I was taking leap of faith in things that normally I would have thought I was not qualified for. But I did get the job and I did deliver over and over. So yeah, it might be better than you think. So just put yourself out there and apply.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. I'm sure like everyone has gained one or two things. So this next question is for Tomiwa. So yeah, Tomiwa, while answering the questions earlier, you mentioned briefly about, how you prepared for this interview process. You mentioned DSA, you mentioned the system design. But can you, give us like a more thorough detail, for those of us that, after this session today, we want to go and apply for these opportunities. What do you think we need to do to prepare ourselves from now on to, to be qualified enough to apply for these roles?
So I think the first step is to understand the fundamentals. Like you need to understand the common data structures and the algorithms. You need to know how they work in and out, basically. So you don't jump to lead code directly. You need to understand first. So you can take a course. You can read a book. There's a cracking the coding interview. The one I used was a course on Udemy by Andre. So mastering the coding interview on Udemy. So you can take that. Although it might seem very, very complex because it's data structures. Like it's not something that is fun. It's not CSS. I are saying fancy stuff. So just take your time, learn the fundamentals, and understand it properly. Then, when you understand that, you can now move ahead to problems. So there's lead, there's Akarang, there's code forces. So you can just basically in the start of how we do an interview, basically. So you need to go there, solve as many questions as possible, and make it touch like different topics. So arrays, hash tables, graphs, trees, and stuff like that. So you can just do that. Then after solving as many questions as possible, yeah, when you have solved a certain amount of questions, you can feel confident to start applying. I won't say, I mean, you can start applying when you start lead code, but yeah, your chances of passing is like slim. But for me, I won't do that. I will first get confident, like solve as many as I can, and I'll start applying. So, yeah, that's just the lead code and other platforms.
All right, thank you so much. So I'll pass the next question to Zainab. So Zainab, like you had a lot of volunteer roles. You were a product designer. I mean, you were the designer for this event. So all the graphics you guys have been were designed by her. So for thank you so much. So yeah, for some of us that that are thinking of volunteering or going through some volunteer experience, would you just to convince us more, just to let us see the benefits of it? Would you try and tell us how you think these programs have helped you to grow as a student, as someone just starting in their career, and how it has helped you prepare better for your career?
Okay, so I would say volunteering. I think the number one thing it helped me with is learning how to be responsible. When you are volunteering for something and you're not like in the background, you're maybe a lead, a co-lead, or in a very critical position. There are many times that you want to run. There are so many times when I was like, oh no, 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 no. Should I just disappear, ghost everyone and say no? But when you know that a lot of things like are depending on you, you just have to be responsible. You learn to basically start something, maintain it. Some days will be low, some days will be high, but you still start and finish. And when you finish it, you say, oh wow, I started it, I finished it. And apart from that, you also learn to work with people, different type of people. You work with people who
the people are different, and you get to meet different kinds of people. Learn how to, maybe you tell them to do something, you don't do it right, or even sometimes you're also going to learn anger management. If you have someone who has issues with anger management, you need to work on that, because when you are volunteering, you're not paying them, so everyone is coming at their own free time. So basically, I think volunteering, it's soft skills first, how to interact with people, work with them, manage them. And that is very, very critical when you want to work in the real world, because university doesn't teach you that. But if you cannot work with people, you can't really go anywhere. Because imagine when they are splitting you into teams and people are like, no, I don't want to be in her team. She has issues. And yeah, so soft skills, volunteering, responsibility, something that if you time that first you just volunteering something, start small, go big. Just yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing that. So, like she mentioned, you know, you are just starting out, you don't have any skills. This volunteer experiences enables you to grow your soft skills and puts you in a much better stand when it comes to landing on opportunities. Thank you. This limited time will be directed to Tosin. So Tosin, uh, yeah, Tosin. Yeah, so Tosin, I mean, everyone here wants to apply for octernships. I mean, if not, the traditional octernships, you want to apply for internships, you want to apply for the octernship, right? And I mean, the octernship is a sort of internship, and everyone will probably, because I mean, the last session I attended, you said there was a possibility that at the end of the octernship, you may actually earn a full-time role at the company. And for someone like you who has, back the return offer, would you like to share with us, when you are when you are, going through an internship, what things that made you
milestones, what have I delivered so far, and like everyone could see the doc and everyone could see how I was progressing, and I tried to interact with teammates, and so if I had problems, reach out to teammates on the problems I had, and if they could help, they would help me on it. But I think majorly was documenting like my whole process, because at the end of the interview, I had to like write a doc of everything I had done, what steps I took, why I took this step, just basically documentation, as I would say was one of the major reasons.
Yeah, I was about to ask you to add to that.
So these companies are quite huge. So like they have so many internal tools. Even for version control, they don't use GitHub. They have their own built from scratch. Maybe not from scratch, but they have like a better version that they use internally. So like everything you are going to be using at those companies are going to be very new. So you need to just take your time to learn. Like your first 1 week, 2 weeks, take your time to onboard and always have like a solid plan with your manager basically. So have a meeting with your manager and say, this is what I want to achieve at the end of the internship, and make sure you get feedback regularly. You don't wait until the end of the internship till you get feedback. You can get feedback as much as every week, even every day, but like every day is not feasible enough. So like maybe every week or every 2 weeks. So get feedback and know what you are doing and know what to work on. So make sure the feedbacks are also actionable. Like don't just get feedback on what you are doing wrong or what you are doing right. If you are doing something wrong, ask him like, how do I improve in this area? So get that actionable feedback. And yeah, your quality matters. Don't rush too much. Like make sure you have a good quality of code. Like don't say because you want to be extremely productive, you are now pushing spaghetti code. Like you need to take your time, get optimized code and stuff. I'm trying to think. I think that's all that I can think of right now.
Yeah, so just to chip in, so when I actually got my internship last year, so and I think I actually want to mention that when you get something big, something huge like this, you don't want to work solo. You actually want to seek advice, from people that have gone through the process before. So when I got my internship last year, I reached out to Tomiwa and Tosin. And actually, the things they mentioned here today were what they also told me back then, and which actually helps me land a return offer as well. So I think that, everything that they've said today, very important, tested and trusted. How did they say it? So please, let's make sure that, we keep it in mind, your good communication skills, make sure that you put in the best quality work, always ask for feedback. You don't want to wait to the end of your internship to ask your manager for feedback. Communicate well with your team, interact well with your team. Don't be a solo worker, because obviously no one wants to work with a person that is hard to work with. So yeah, I think, that's all.
Also, like, take time to have fun, explore the country wherever you are. So don't work. It's not that.
Soft Life. Tamwa is the chairman of the Soft Life Association. Yeah, before we start getting questions from the audience, Tomiwa, Tosin, Anthony, and Zainab, you guys please share if they want to, contact you, ask you questions, maybe your LinkedIn or your Twitter, whichever one is active. And if you have a question, just raise up your hand. I'll come and meet you. So please share your social media handles.
Okay, so I am both active on LinkedIn and on Twitter. But on Twitter, you can reach me at the Design Guru, I think. Yes. So just my DM is open, so you can just send me a DM. Yes. Then on LinkedIn, I'm there as Zainab Idris. So you can also search me and hit me up if you have any questions or you want to maybe need advice on something.
So I think LinkedIn is good for me. Adetomiwa Adesonya. And my Twitter is not so active. I mean, not so active, but it's Adetomiwa 3 underscores. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Adetomiwa, yeah.
Yeah, LinkedIn is preferable for me. Oluwatosin Mufikoya.
I do not really use like LinkedIn or Twitter Chromate underscore 24, LinkedIn Chromate, GitHub Chromate. If you check my portfolio, Chromate is Chromate is Kromate. It's just change the CH, chemical elements. Shasha, if you check my portfolio site, that's chromate.dev. You'd see a link to my WhatsApp. You can contact me on WhatsApp. I'll most likely reply you faster on WhatsApp than other social media channels. So yeah.
Okay, so my question, I have a question to Chloe. You mentioned that you should like apply and all. Did you like receive a lot of rejection mails? Like, how did you do that?
Rejection mails. um, like I can't really like put a number to it because there are days that I'll just be getting rejection mails. I've gotten rejection mails like almost every hour of the day. The fact that you apply a lot, most companies will reject you. Like they don't have to look at it. I think their bots are rejecting it. I've applied to a job, and less than an hour they have rejected it. I'm like, I think like bots just this boy is from Nigeria or something. Moving. Yeah, rejection mails are like a lot. Even up to now, I'm very sure to get rejection mails.
Okay, Ade Tomiwa, I want to ask, like, you're still in school, right?
Yeah, 400 level.
How are you like doing it? I don't get how are you coping with doing, working. You said you work with people abroad and all. Like,
Yeah.
how did you do it?
So like I don't focus on school too much actually. I don't know, it's not a good thing, but like I just come for the test, exams and write it. Like I think is it 300 level exam? I came back to the country like 3 days before the exam. And I had to do back to back overnight just to pass. I was not understanding anything. I would just like read to pass. But I'm not the best for like managing my time in terms of school because I don't really want to focus too much on school. Do you get? But yeah, if you are the type that cannot do what I did, like doing overnight back to back, you need to manage your time. Like maybe 1 hour or two, use it to like read and stuff. So for me, I can just rough everything and just get grades. Yeah. So yeah, that's how I was able to manage school. And and work.
Okay, yeah. So actually this question is to Chromate. Um yeah, a senior front end developer, right? So like can you give us like a learning stack that you followed to get there? Because
Learning parts. So learning your fundamentals. I started out with Python. I started out in like secondary school. I wanted to build a game. Uh, Long story, but after after a while, I did not get into the university immediately. I stayed at home for 1 year. Somehow, the internet of my phone spoiled. Your mobile phone has this thing called antennas. I opened my phone. I like opening electronics. That's why I studied computer engineering. I opened it and somehow broke my antenna, and you can't really fix the antenna. It's possible, but it's very expensive. So throughout that 1 year, I was at home with no internet because of the antenna was broken, and I had like before it was to function, I could not just connect to the internet, so no social media for me. So I would connect to my mom's hotspot and download books. Some other YouTube videos and some stuff and anime, but mostly like programming books. And because I had nothing to do throughout the day, I would just read these programming books. And because of that, it made me very strong at my fundamentals. So I was writing code and I knew how to write like HTML, CSS, JavaScript before I got into the university. I thought that was very good. Till GDSA ran like this hackathon open hack week, and there were a lot of hackathons I used to attend. I loved attending hackathons in year one, and the hackathons usually run for like a span of 1 week, and I would build. I was like, I sabi this code. I'll be writing, and then like the day I'm going to present, probably my team lead would come and like, what's this rubbish that you wrote, and they would delete everything. God, imagine spending 1 week like of your time building and writing and thinking that you understand this thing, and somebody telling you you have written rubbish and deleting it. I'm basically doing the same thing you did in the span of hours, and I realized I did not know anything. And when it happened twice, it was not just once. And like there was a gap, and I was like, nobody will ever delete my code again. And I literally went and started binging, so did free code camp, read more books, started building stuff. But as I said, I do not have like I can't really give you like a learning path because I believe different people are different and they learn differently, right? But if I was to summarize it, get your fundamentals ready. Get choose a framework. After your fundamentals, choose a framework. I'm biased towards views. Write view. No, don't choose a framework. Just write view. Then after that, build. build. Last year, I think I did about 15 passion projects. Facial recognition system, Chrome extensions, website builders. I built like 15 different passion projects. It built stuff, and they actually did help me grow. Right now, I'm building Taxley, and I think because of the passion project I did, it's made me very good at like building better and understanding design patterns and whatnot. So for me, learning parts, understand your fundamentals, pick a framework, build stuff. That's that.
Okay, yeah. Cromit, I have a question. You said you used scripts in applying. Is the script open source that one can have access to and also use them?
Please ask this question. So sites like LinkedIn, I tried the script recently, not too long ago. It did not work. Apparently, it's to update their UI, and it's like you have to target. Are you a front end developer?
Yeah.
Okay, you have to target DOM elements, and you have to click on them. You have to await them. Those type of it's literally like a web scraper, a web crawler. So those tags that I'm trying to target, apparently their name have changed, and I think they change them periodically. I can update the scripts, but I do not really have the strength to. And it should be open source. Yeah, it should be. I think it should. I might tweet about it or something.
Okay. Yeah, then Tomiwa and Tosin, did you guys have any job experience before applying to the summer of code internships? Or those are not considered at all? The main thing that we considered were just your DSA skills.
I had experience like prior internships as well, but I don't think it was a determining factor. There are some people who didn't have prior internships and still got the position. I'll give Tommy what to add more.
For me, I had like side projects on my resume. I also had like some contract jobs I already did, so I put all of them on my resume. But yeah, I don't know. I won't say it's not because we are coming from Nigeria, we are like competing against people who can just use our schools to get an interview because they go to like top schools, they go to this and that. So for you to position yourself like very nicely, I think you should just have side projects to put on your resume because I don't know, I don't think Unilag will be stand out for you. Do you get? I'm not bashing Unilag or anything, but just have side projects to just increase your chances of getting interviews. And if you have like contract jobs or even full-time jobs you have done, you can just put everything on your resume and make it one page. Because yeah, I think that's it.
Okay, so while everyone was speaking, they kept mentioning, and it's I noticed it's a common theme. People always want to give you advice on how to go through get past the interview stage and start working. But how come nobody talks about how to actually have your application accepted to get to the interview stage? So I think like that's the most important question because without that, it's like the interview stage is this ceiling, and then everybody just keeps going round and round in circles instead of trying to get up to reach it. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, like that's very important. Like the getting the interview is like one of the hardest parts in the process. So like I said earlier, like your LinkedIn has to be active. So I think there are three ways that I know of that you can use to get like an interview. Is either you apply or a recruiter reaches out to you or you ask for a referral or someone in the company refers you. So yeah, for a recruiter reaching out to you, I think your LinkedIn has to stand out. Like if you have not worked at companies and you have side projects, just put all the description as experiences under your LinkedIn. And if you worked at so company, put that on your LinkedIn. Your certificates, Udacity, any certificate, put it on your LinkedIn and make sure you're always active, like, comment, and stuff like that. Yeah, and your resume also matters because when you apply, your resume has to stand out. And to put something in your resume, you need to have like maybe side project or job experiences. You can't just use your educational background to apply. So I would say take your time to build side projects, work with people, and do interesting stuff before you apply. Although you can get lucky, but yeah, to increase your chances of getting invited for an interview, you need to do that. And for referral also, you can reach out to people who are working at the company. Like for me, if you reach out to me, I can just refer you, but you need to prove to me that you can actually pass the interview because basically I need to vouch for you and tell them that this person can actually stand out and pass the interview. So yeah, that's about that.
All right, thank you. So we are going to take one last question from our online viewers, and this question is for Zainab. So this person is asking that most opportunities that are available are for like the traditional developer coding roles. So as a product designer, how do you actually see? She's saying that the opportunities for the product designers are limited. I mean, to her, but she's trying to ask, how do you actually, seek product design opportunities?
I don't think they are limited. You can say that there are more opportunities for people who code, yes, but there are also a lot of opportunities for designers and as well as non-technical people. That's the word. You just need to know where to look. So, personally, LinkedIn is a very good place to look for job postings. Another place you could check is okay. So there's this company. I is it? Um, but my point is there are many places. If I remember, I will say, but I can't really remember the name of the company. They teach UX, so they have a job board, and in their job board, the companies post all the time. Dribble, Behance, I just remembered. There are also opportunities there. They have, I think, job boards where people post that okay, they are looking for maybe a designer for contract, freelance, or something like that. So my point is there are a lot of opportunities. You just need to know where to look, and you also need to know what you are looking for. If you apply for jobs that you do not fit the requirements, you will be bounced because recruiters don't have time to be interviewing someone who doesn't even fit the basic requirements that they have posted for the job. Also, if you're looking for a job, try and put yourself out there. Maybe just randomly say to your friends, post on your status, me, I'm looking for a job, or post your work. You never know. It could be someone that you wouldn't even expect. That maybe if they themselves heard from someone else that, oh, I'm looking for
a designer. They could just be like, oh, someone told me they were looking for a designer. Send your portfolio and you could get a job like that. So, like I said, there are job opportunities. You just need to know where to look. So try Dribble, Behance, LinkedIn, Indeed, but I don't know. I don't know anyone that Indeed has worked for, but you can also try that. What else? Glassdoor. Yeah. And also when you're applying, if you're applying for international jobs, try and read again the requirements. Some of them they are remote, yes, but remote only in a certain region. So if you're in Nigeria, you shouldn't be applying for a job that says remote US only. They're going to bounce you. You're in Nigeria. Except for you want to hide your location. So yeah.
Sorry. Thank you so much for sharing that. So unfortunately, due to we are behind on time, so we'll not be able to accept any more questions. But if you have any question for any of our speakers, you can reach out to them on their socials, and they will gladly answer you. Or you can drop the question on the Slido Q&A session, and they will, answer you. Thank you so much, Anthony, Tosin, Tomiwa, and Zaina, for coming with us today. Please a round of applause for them. Okay, so we're gradually coming to the end. I think today was really interesting, right? You guys can agree with me that this was super nice and I've learned a lot. Like, really, this session was for me, especially talking about how to manage time because I don't have time for myself. Like, I'm still in year one. I can't imagine how it's be like in future years, but I'll try to, set balances because that's 3 days overnight thing. It doesn't work for me. Oh. So, but yeah, this was really nice. So, let's round up now with a final discourse. It's just going to be a small talk about, GitHub offers and resources for students. And so we're having the education community manager come talk to us about that. That's Yoma. We saw her during the Fireside chat. So let's quickly have her.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm quite hungry, so I'm not going to waste your time. I'm sure everyone else is hungry. So where's Yinka? She's not in yours. So I guess Yinka is owing everyone food. So yeah, I'm going to be talking very briefly on GitHub education. As you can see from the tagline there, it's the home for all students, developers. Okay, so a little bit about myself. As I was introduced, the education community manager at GitHub. I'm also a core team member at Oscar and a driver. So because I actually enjoy driving. And something I didn't put up there is also interested in embedded systems. I do a little bit of embedded systems. So I'll just jump into it. So at GitHub, education, we equip students with the best real world tools and experiences, and we engage with the students to achieve that. How we engage with the students, we have the student development pack, campus expert program, field days, and octernships. So we just do a very quick exercise. Everyone has a tag, right? This can you scan the QR code. Just let's use less than a minute to scan the QR code. So the student developer pack, that's a link, but the QR code leads you to the website. It's a platform or a collection of resources that's worth over $150,000. So the first time I heard that, I was like, oh, is GitHub going to give me that money? But no, that's just the value of the tools that's on it. So as you can see, we have Namecheap, we have Microsoft Azure, and a bunch of other tools that may be useful. So if you do not have a student pack, you can sign up for one. Is there anyone whose QR code did not open up? Then if your QR code open up, can you raise your hand? Okay, thanks. For those of you that are listening, maybe I would act like a lecturer and tell some people to leave. So yeah, so for the campus experts program, we already met some campus experts today. So these are student leaders on their campuses. So if you are really interested in building communities, the campus experts program is one way to do that because you get the support and resources you need for that. So some of the benefits of the program is you get to lead a community within your campus. You grow while leading that community. You organize events and you get to connect with people that work at GitHub and other campus experts that may be working in different places. Also, there are learning resources for the campus expert program, which these are the modules. I will just run through them. So you get to learn how best to do public speaking, introduction to Git, information design, and some other community modules. So should I hold on a bit on this slide? Okay. Okay, and then finally we have field days. So field days are one-day conferences organized by some campus experts that are called field experts. So to become a field expert, you need to become a campus expert first. Then you get to organize a one-day conference in your country. So I think we had one in Nigeria last year, we had one in Kenya, and then we had one in Tanzania this year. So it's not an exact conference. It's called an on conference in terms of it's conversations between members of the community and community leads. There's no speaker in quotes, maybe just a welcome address, but everyone speaks to each other. So it's a fun day event. And then for GitHub Octernships, I wouldn't be talking about that anymore since Rashid talked about it already. So those are the offers GitHub Education has for students in this region. So at this point, I would be open to questions if there are any. So does anyone have a question?
Okay, hello. So I'm actually currently a secondary school student, but I've actually applied to for GitHub Student Developer Pack. Then I applied at one point, they accepted. Then at one point again, they rejected it, telling me that my school ID was kind of wrong. So I went back to my school and they gave me my school ID again. I snapped it, then they rejected it. They now told me that what did they even say again? They said that my school ID is invalid or something like that. So I want to know how I can be able to get the student developer pack again with my school ID because my school is actually ISL and is verified. So I don't know what I will do at this point to get the student developer pack.
Okay. So while the student developer pack is for all students, whether you're in primary, secondary, university, masters, or PhD. As long as you're a student, it's valid. But when it comes to this region, most of the accredited schools we have are universities, so it may be a bit hard to verify your secondary school. But since I'm here now, you can tell me the email you used or your GitHub username later, and I should be able to get the team to approve it for you. Since there are no other questions, God, hunger won't wound me. So I guess we can move up to the next point of the agenda so we can go and eat.
So thank you very much, Yuma, for that brief roundup. Please, another round of applause, because this is an unofficial end to the speaking engagements that we'll be having for today. So what we'll be doing now is just basically questions. Like, we just want to find out from you guys what you thought about the event, and then let's see if I can shift this. Don't worry, food is coming. The food is ready here, so we can be eating and then be answering our questions. Because what is an event without feedback? If we don't know how you guys felt about it, then how can we create another event that will be tailored to your needs? So, like I said, if you have questions, now this is not just for the fireside chats, like for every session that's happened today, just put your questions here. I know register for this event, but I must carry item 7 commerce for here. Interesting. I don't know what to say. Okay. Okay. So while this is here, I'm just thinking of a way to bring all of this back. Full screen. Shift this back to me. Okay, cool. Let me set up the questions. Now, this question is just to be sure that everybody was paying attention. So, let's see who were those that are paying attention. What's the name of our keynote speaker for today? You can go to the Slido and put in this code, and then you can pick which one is the correct answer. Interesting. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. Hmm. Are you people at this event at all? Because what's going on? I mean, I get why this might be the answer, but let's be for real now. Interesting. Well, this 47% of people that are saying Rashid Mudashiru, you guys feel my hand big time. Because our keynote speaker was Ruth. Remember, she talked about open source contribution and introduction to it. So that was our keynote speak. But then, yeah. I would have expected people to even say peace, because we also mentioned peace had a keynote speech too, but nothing from nothing. Okay, people are choosing Ruth now. All right, don't worry, I'm stopped it. I know why people are choosing Ruth, because I've said it already. No, wala. I'll not stop. All right, so let me end this. Thank you for those that participated. Then, can I take the other two? I think we're going for our picture taking. So we'll just invite Anthony to just wrap up today's event by closing address, and then. So Anthony's here, yeah. Thank you. Let's come back. Let's wrap up.
So I just told me that I was going to closing remarks. Hope you guys had like a very, very fun filled time. Hope you guys were informed and you learned something, one or two from the event. And also I told Yinka I wanted to say something. I said I should add it in the closing remarks. I just realized that nobody actually spoke about hard work. They spoke about it, but I just have to like emphasize on it more. The amount of work that is you would need to do to actually get to like them, Yinka, Tosi, and all of them, like most of them are my friends. And I went to the library one day and I saw Tosi and I was like, Tosi, what are you doing? And she was like, she's doing DSA. And I was like, why? And she was like, Anthony, I never want to fail another interview in my life again. And she said with so much seriousness, you know what it means? I never want to fail another interview in my life again. Tosi was living and breathing DSA. And I was like, wow, wow. Shasha, it takes like large amount of hard work and you have to put in the work. And if you put in the work and you're consistent, you will most likely see results. So that's that for me. That's basically the closing remark. I don't really do such like. But hope you guys had a fun time. This is goodbye. You can go and get your food at the entrance there. Yeah. Bye.
Please hold on for pictures. Our speakers waited for us so we can take pictures. Delayed, stressful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But please make sure you take pictures with your tags, yeah? Okay. So we'll take pictures with the tags. This would be the highlight of today's event. If you take a picture with Ruth or Yoma or Peace and Samson, it's be a big deal. You can flaunt this on social media. All right. Okay, okay. So I think everyone can start coming to the front here. Just in an orderly fashion. Tomiwa is in systems, if I'm not mistaken. Systems. Yeah, he's in systems. At GitHub events, we have only fans. Haha. Okay, please, everyone should come on stage. Come. Come on stage so we can take pictures so our speakers can leave on time. You can kneel. If you are tall, please come here. Sit on the floor. Make sure not to hide anybody though.